Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are live. Yes, we're live.
Good deal. All right. Thank you, folks, for joining our virtual city council meeting here at 7:15 p.m. We try to stay as close as time as possible. Of course, I'm Mayor Jason Larry. June 8th, 2020. Glad everybody's safe and healthy that's on the line. And Madam Clerk, if you do us the pleasure.
Councilmember Jimmy Clanton.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Turner.
Here.
Councilmember JazzminCobble.
Here.
Councilmember George Turner.
Here.
Councilmember Tammy Grimes.
Present.
Mayor Jason Larry.
Thank you, ma'am. Here. Councilman Rob Turner, if you do us the honor, please.
Thank you, Michele. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we welcome you in this meeting this evening. As we come together for the business of the city, we honor you by honoring others. We respect you by respecting others. We love you by loving others, and we serve you by serving others. As we walk in your spirit and submit to your will, we ask for wisdom, direction, and collaboration as we work for the good, safety, and prosperity of the citizens of Stonecrest. Be glorified in all that we do, and we thank you for the opportunity to serve. And Father, we ask that as we seek your face and turn from our wicked ways, you will call heaven together on our behalf and have mercy on America and heal our land. To your glory and in your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Amen. All right. We always do this in unison, so I'll start it off. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Council. All right. We're going to move this around a little bit, and we got guests. We got all kind of important folks. I really appreciate those folks being patient. So, Council, this is what I suggest we do. One is that from the work session, let's finish the millage rate transfer from the DeKalb County Public from transfer from DeKalb County. In the schedule for implementation of public works, which we sort of went over that anyway, but that's my suggestion would be to stay coherent from that piece. Then the Stonecrest Parks and Recreation update, that whole facility piece there with the facilities, Everett Park, Southeast Center upgrade opportunity, because we have an actual guest here at City Council to be able to present. Then after City Council meeting, then we'll come back and get transportation master plan, tax commissioner update, Sam Sears, that type of thing. How does that sound to everyone?
Is this a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes, sir.
And outline them?
Yes, sir.
Each item, I was trying to capture all of them.
Okay, so I'll say it again because I was saying it as I was reading it. To amend the agenda to finish the Stonecrest Public Works Department presentation with the millage rate transfer. Well, essentially 2 and 3 on the Stonecrest Public Works, and then all of 3 was the Stonecrest Parks and Recreation update. Move those 2 items to the City Council agenda.
Under which heading?
So let's see here. How about look at this piece here. How about new business?
Okay.
Let's see here, pages. Okay. So we'll take, we'll approve our minutes. We'll go through a short presentation that we have. The appointments, public comments, and then we'll move back into the Stonecrest Public Works completion and then the Stonecrest Parks and Recreation update. And that'll will continue with some continuity from there.
Mayor,
Sure thing.
for clarification in the minutes, do you want to add it to new business or do you want to just make a new item that says a work session agenda items after public comments? Because we do have a public hearing.
You know, I'd rather do that, Madam Clerk. So tell me, tell me the words to that and present it to council so that they could go from there.
I would just put after public works, continue work session items, 1, public works, number 2 and number 3, and then 3, I've got them listed out on here and I'll put it in the minutes so that we'll do the public comments, then we'll do that, and then we'll go to the public hearing. So to kind of be like IX.I, Roman numeral,
After, in between, let's see, after public comments, but before the public hearing or after the public?
before the public hearing.
Before the public hearing. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Council, you guys okay with that?
You're saying do that before the public hearing, so make the applicant and the residents who need to make comment to wait till after the items from the work session are completed?
They had to submit those to us already, so they're in writing.
Right, but I mean, are we not having the applicant is here, right?
Again, is here.
Yes, we're here.
Right, so I mean, I just don't think we should make them wait until after we finish work session discussion.
Well,
I mean, if
this is
anything,
a little more
let
than
them
little more
go.
than discussion. I can appreciate that, but everybody's kind of getting pushed down. You know, the schedule. It will be also not as fair to make Mr. Grissom and his team to wait as they've been waiting the whole time also. So,
Right, I understand that. We deferred this item from the last meeting, so they've actually been waiting 2 weeks versus 2 hours. But that's just my opinion.
We certainly would appreciate anything we can do.
no worries. I think that we have continuity with regards to how we're going with this, the public works piece and the Stonecrest Parks and Rec update. It sort of merges with my presentation also. So if Ms. Battle, if you bear with us, I really appreciate it.
No problem, Mayor.
Okay. Mrs. Joyner, if you could step in my office for 5 seconds to give me some technical assistance. I can't see anybody. Once I clicked on the agenda, I extended the limits of my technical abilities.
Goes to the machine. Oh,
Yeah,
I don't see anything.
I know it's there when I see Miss Battle here, Attorney Battle there, but that's the only person I see.
Let's see.
All right.
There we go.
Handicap with First, I just like golfing. I'm behind. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Excellent. Thanks, folks. All right. Then that, if everyone's okay, that's a suggestion that we'll take in between public comments and public hearing. And Attorney Battle, thank you and your folks for being patient with us. We'll make it brief. We'll make it brief. All right. So council, to clean this up. Councilman George Turner, make sure I'm on point here. After public comments, we will finish the Stonecrest Public Works presentation with millage rate and schedule. Then we'll go into the Stonecrest Parks and Recreation update. And then from there, we'll go to public hearing.
That is your motion. I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing none. District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
Mayor? Aye. Thank you, council. That was the approval of the minutes. Excuse me, it was approval of the council agenda. Now we'll move to the minutes for approval for May 26, 2020. I'll give you a couple of minutes to finish perusing that piece of it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
there was an item on the work session to address this as to when we get the minutes and other matters and to have enough time to review them.
Okay.
Make comments even before the meetings. And these came to us kind of late. And honestly, I'm not ready to act on them one way or the other. Just my personal position. Did not get it in the time enough manner to act on it is my position.
Okay. We can move into the next meeting.
I think we should defer them.
Someone else might have an opinion on it, so I'm
I
not.
think we
Yeah,
should.
I'd ask to move them
Supposed to
too.
get
because
them
there's some
This
errors here.
morning and we didn't get them, so I didn't get a chance to take a look at them either. And it's pretty extensive, so if we could defer them to next meeting.
Okay. I'll take a motion for that.
I make a motion that we defer approval of these minutes from May 26th to the following council meeting.
All
Second,
right. Properly moved
second,
and second. District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
aye.
3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
Mayor? Aye. All right. 2 seconds, folks. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, folks, I'm back. Thank you, Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to go into a presentation by yours truly, Mayor. And this person doesn't have an idea that this is coming in this way. So I hope that he will bear with me a moment while I ask council permission to allow me to give a personal testimony and then present something with regards to this individual. And it's about Sean De Palma. Mr. De Palma, you on the line? I see you are muted, S. De Palma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am here.
Very good. How you doing, sir?
Good, sir.
All right, all right. Folks that are listening and our guests, I want to tell you a short story, and it's going to involve Mr. De Palma and some other folks also. Many of you do, and some don't, know that a year or so ago, I had some health challenges. Mr. Grissom, I ended up battling prostate cancer, broken leg, sciatica, blood disorder. I had the whole package. And there was a question whether or not in my mind, if I was going to really be able to continue on the planet, more or less just working. So I had some people that that were and are still in my life that that took care of me. Quite frankly, my wife and kids were number one, and they looked out for me in an outstanding way. I also have an extended family that looked out for me, and I want to tell you about this extended family because this is how I operate. Every executives operate, from their own mode. Every executive has their own way of doing things. I'm more personal. I'm more people oriented and more goal oriented with regards to those individuals than some other executives. Some other executives are very analytical with regards to how they go about their business, and that's all they care about. That's not how we're built in Stonecrest. In Stonecrest, we're built as family, and I do the best I can to try to exude that for everyone. So in my brief story here of folks that are on the line and the people that are here, 2019 was a difficult year. I was glad to see 2019 go away. And some of the things that happened to me is that, I would certainly go to treatment, and I always had Adrian Bell by my side. I was afraid of what was happening. My Superman emblem fell off my chest, and that was a scary moment for me. Only time I've been in the hospital was, George Turner, was to go visit somebody else. But for myself, hospital was no place for me. Then from there, after I was beginning to make a recovery, you guys probably don't really pay this too much attention, but I'm a pretty big boy. I'm 255, almost 260 pounds. So when I drove to the back of City Hall, it took Will, Sell, and Clarence Boone, we call them Bigs, to get my big butt out of the car so that I actually come inside City Hall, so that we could, continue our work and make sure things were together. And folks, there's also a time when, there was one night or two, my family was out of town, and I make no shame about telling you, I'm a man's man, and if it's something close to make me cry, it is some pain, Jack. And players had to come and get me because I couldn't even see straight, folks, to call 911. And he came and got me, and he took me to the emergency room and stayed with me, all night, all day. And this is how we operate. But one of the most important things happening to me, folks, is that Sean DePalma was with me every day. Every day. Sean DePalma was with me when they told me I was not going to be the same ever again. And that was some hard news. And I haven't been the same since then. And he took me to the places. He stayed with me. He made sure anytime, at a drop of a dime, that brother would come and take me, bring me, get me stuff, everything. I'm talking true friendship. And I didn't even know Sean that well, that long. And now, one of the things that we do, ladies and gentlemen here in the audience, is that we grow our own in Stonecrest. And what I mean by that is that we give people an opportunity to advance. We give people an opportunity to spread their wings. And even if spreading their wings is outside of Stonecrest, we still support them in that effect. And Sean, everybody knows now. If they don't, I want to give you some words, of course, but he's moving part of the way from the family, not all the way from the family, because we're going to still contract and do some work with Sean DePalma. But he has made a life decision to move to Panama City, Florida, where now, as far as I'm concerned, they'll be one of our sister cities because they have Sean DePalma there. And Mr. DePalma, what we have from you, I have for you, is that our achievement award for you right here. We're going to give it to you virtually so that you'll know, take this with you, that you mean the world to us. Man, you changed our lives here in Stonecrest. You changed my life personally. You are a good man and a good friend. And the one thing I agree with the things that I saw online is that it's a loss for us. However, you mentored and trained people. You did exactly what an executive does. And I want to give you some words so that you can carry with you. But I just wanted you to know I'm going to bring this to you personally on the beach so that I can see for myself. And I owe my wife a sunny trip, so we'll come down there and visit you. But I'll bring this award with you. And man, we just wanted to tell you up front, brother, we love you. We're gonna not miss you because we're gonna continue to be with you, and we're gonna yield the floor to you, my man. And you take whatever say you want to have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I greatly appreciate it. For all the people that I haven't reached out to yet, I apologize. Everything went extremely fast the last couple of weeks, especially with COVID-19 adding to the social distancing, the fact that I wasn't able to fly, I had to drive. So I did a lot of driving between and Georgia and back and forth. I want to say my time that I was blessed with at Stonecrest was for a purpose. I feel I believe I fulfilled a lot of that potential that I was graced to have the opportunity to have there. And what I want to say is that the team that I have or we have at Stonecrest for the Parks and Recreation Department is world class. They're top notch, and they're very unified, and they're solid as one unit. We've overcome quite a few things that being part of a startup city within, a couple of years old, there was a lot of resources that the city was in the process of trying to develop or in the process of getting around, developing. And we built a team, we built a department together as a team, and we accomplished quite a bit. And as I told Brandon Raleigh the other day that we were discussing it a couple of days ago, that we are in the right place at the right time because, and doing the right job because that's what the Lord wanted and that's what we're positioned. And I know I don't really pay attention to what's online. I haven't really heard, or I haven't seen any of it, but I've heard a little bit from my staff. But the truth of the matter is the mission was to come and build a department from scratch. We have done that. The mission was to get it positioned for the next 5 to 10 years to be able to change the quality of life to a community that was historically disfranchised by the county. It was to ensure that there's functionality to a department that can accomplish not only what we have planned for today, but for all the plans that are going to come for tomorrow. And we did that, and we're in that, and it's a ever evolving process, and just a being as the department and with that staff. And I do know that it was comments about transitional plan. The plan has always been to transition to at least be able to have Brandon Riley as a competitor for position as director, and hopefully he will obtain the position beyond the interim spot. The plan was always that from the first time I walked into Redan Community Center and I met with Brandon, he didn't even know that I was scouting him out. I just introduced myself and we walked around the facility. And when I took him away from the Boys and Girls Club and their board members called me and jokingly made aggressive comments towards me, very unfriendly comments towards me because they called me a poacher. The plan was always to have a younger, more dynamic leader than I could ever be run this department going into the future. And then the staff that we put around him and that we built in there truly reflects the community that they serve. We have over 90 percentile of our staff is African American, so it reflects the community. Over 50% of our staff carry master's degree. Over 85% of our staff has upper education. We have a 1 to 1.2 male to female ratio. So this is a truly reflective department of the community that it serves. It will continuously be that because from the beginning of what I was architecting and what Brandon and the rest of the team stepped into was to truly bring equality and improve the quality of life to a community that was, again, historically disfranchised from DeKalb County. And they did not deserve that. The people of the city does not deserve that, nor their children. And I'm very confident in saying that the department and the team that's there is very equipped and capable of righting that wrong. And I appreciate everything and all the support that I've always obtained, the welcomeness that I've always obtained, the love that's been shown to me, not only by the city staff, but by the community. And that's all I could say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Palma. We really appreciate it. Your service has been impeccable. We're just so glad that we've had an opportunity to be in your presence for the short period of time that we had. And I know that I had this conversation with you a year or so ago, just working with you and being around you and watching how you built your people. I told you, I said, yeah, this guy won't be here long. For the mere fact that his skill level is so high, his knowledge base is so strong, and thank you for building the team from there. All of this is sort of cohesive, so I'll just move from there. I'm going to swap out A and B here under appointments. On the Parks and Rec director, it's not really an appointment. My appointments come with regards to areas that are above that, but it is really a promotion that I would like to announce. So at this point in time, I'm going to announce the promotion of Brandon Riley to interim Parks Director and Mr. Sheldon Fleming to Operations Manager. As I had said before, we grow our own here. These guys have done a fantastic job along with the rest of the team, Ms. Shamika and the other folks that are there that certainly in that midst that they built together. And Mr. Riley and along with Mr. Fleming, I have great confidence that you will continue to do the things that we've set out to do. But as of today, you all will take charge and be in control, and Mr. De Palma will still continue to work with us on a part-time basis as a consultant, as we have some things that are right in the middle of that he helped us put together. And this is going to work super for everybody. All right. I'll move up to the emergency COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Committee. Mr. Riley.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to you.
Very welcome.
Most importantly, I want to say thank you to Sean De Palma for just being a brother and really being more of a friend than anything. I didn't never consider Sean De Palma as a boss. I consider him as a leader. And he made differences. He made a huge difference in my life, my family's life. Every day was a lesson. He made sure that he wanted to prepare me for the next level. And so I do hope to make you proud, Sean. And I definitely would love to touch base with all the council members and the mayor to see about the next steps in taking Stonecrest to the next level, given that I am a community person. I am Stonecrest. I was born here, I was raised here, and it means the world to me to be a part of a vision that as a child, laying out parks and playgrounds and rec centers. And so thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Joyner. And thank you so much to Sean and all to the council for following up. And I definitely look forward to speaking to everyone shortly.
Excellent. Mr. Fleming, are you on the line?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Joyner, then Mr. Fleming?
Okay. Oh, yeah, real quick. Once again, just want to really thank Sean for his hard work and dedication. You know, when we're going through the interview process, we went through well over 20 candidates for this position, and actually Sean pretty much stood in the class all by himself. It was no secret when we brought him on. So once again, as I stated before, I just really wish you the best that life has to give. You're quality gentlemen, and it has been my pleasure to work with you for the past year. So I really like to if everyone could just give Sean a big round of applause for all he's done and brought to our city. Okay, thanks a lot, Sean.
Excellent. All right, is Mr. Fleming, are you on? I see I'm trying to connect, but that's okay. All right. Well, we'll Mr. Fleming, he knows about this anyway, so it's all goodness from there. All right, then I'll move to the Emergency COVID-19 Stimulus Committee. Clerk, that you have the package, folks. With regards to why this was an emergency and why we was putting this together, putting this committee together. But I'll talk right off the bat for it, and then you all can peruse the paper. So what it boils down to, council, is that Mr. Joyner and I have been working in two areas at the same time with regards to the stimulus money for COVID-19. And it is very specific. So what I mean by working in two areas at the same time, Mr. Joyner has been working directly with the actual other city managers and mayors here, communicating with the DeKalb County commissioners, and I have been communicating and working directly with the DeKalb County CEO, Mike Thurman, and also the governor. There's two things that's happening here. One, from a federal standpoint, is that the federal government is going to release a certain amount of money based on population in the state of Georgia for funding for each city and county that we have here. The reason that it's split between what's happening with the governor's office and from a federal standpoint and what's happening with the county office that Mr. Joyner has been working with is that the county has received their $125 million that they have in their pocket, as a matter of fact. The proposal that we made is that since it was population based, then if you could share that revenue with us with regards to that end of it, then that would leave Stonecrest in the upper $6 million range for helping small business and businesses that are in this area. Almost the identical number is with the state. So what happens on that end of it, as we communicate with Governor Deal, we'll know shortly which one we will receive. But the DeKalb County already has their money. So with that, the Emergency COVID-19 Stimulus Committee that I want to put together here handles the situation where we can decide as a committee the priority of the distribution of the funds with regards to businesses that are in this area. the two council persons that have the majority businesses, 95%, if not 97% of the business, is Councilman Rob Turner for District 2 and Councilman Jimmy Clanton for District 1. Then from an economic development standpoint, knowing the businesses that are in this area, that's Mr. Will Settle, Mr. Clarence Boone, and Mr. Ed Nelson. From of course, administrative standpoint, myself and Mr. Joyner. So what happens in this end of it is that hopefully we'll get this opportunity to have this the stimulus money in this area that come our way. And from that, in communicating with council, this emergency committee will start to then to take applications and to prioritize who we can help at that specific juncture. There is one other thing also. It also states that we can be reimbursed for monies that we've already spent with regards to the COVID activities, such as Stonecrest Cares and other things that we brought in to be able to, to help the community, in this time, in the time of need. One thing that they have in the air, and I'll wrap it up from here, is that they haven't decided yet if that money can be used for the deficit with regards to what we would deem a loss with regards to payroll or business licenses in those particular things. That's still not determined yet. But what is determined is the thing that I wrote up to you all and what I just mentioned here verbally, so that everybody will know from there. But those are that's the committee that I'm submitting for approval, and the members thereabout that I just mentioned. Do I have any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
By no means do I want to hold this process up, because it is so very important for the city. But with your formation of the committee that you're asking us to approve, there is a resolution format, and what has been brought to us is not in that format. What will it take to put it in that format to make it more of a official document to match all other committee resolution documents?
So I'm going to yield to Mr. Denmark, Attorney Denmark, because we do have committees that are not in resolution form. So Mr. Denmark, you give me guidance, and I'll go from whatever you say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there would be nothing wrong with just creating a resolution to do it. I'm not satisfied that it's strictly necessary, but to the extent that's been our practice, I see no problem with a quick resolution. If it's created, then the resolution can simply memorialize the official action. We could prepare it in a day or so and get it executed, and I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay.
It's a basic template. It can be done in an hour or less.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, but, and that's fine. We can do that.
And it gives it the official, it gives it that official seal.
I'm fine with that, Councilman, but I'm going to go on your words with this. Let's not hold up the committee over a piece of paper that can be created in an hour tomorrow or the next day.
I have a question. I know we've had many conversations about what's a oversight committee, what's a citizen committee, what's a this, what's a that. So is this a committee like many of the others that is a recommending body, or are you asking for this committee to be a decision-making body?
This will be a decision-making body committee.
And what, Attorney Denmark, where in our charter, or what kind of committee is that versus obviously the planning commission is a decision-making body. So is our development authority, housing authorities. So what kind of committee per our charter is a decision-making committee?
Yeah, the charter draws a distinction between council committees and then other boards and commissions. So it sounds like the mayor is referencing one of those boards and commissions that would not necessarily be a council committee.
It's
Okay, so we need to
And
change
Mr.
this a little bit, modify this some.
Jolly, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So this would be an oversight committee that can be created by the powers that are vested in the mayor in section 3 of the in Article 3 of the city charter. So this would be like an oversight committee.
Right. Yep. Fully understand that, which is what raised the question. The oversight committees are not decision-making bodies. So that was why I posed that question.
Maybe I should just bag this out the other way and see how we go from this standpoint. Attorney Zollek and Attorney Denmark, then we'll have the check that comes in from somebody, either from the state itself, through federal government, or from the county. Either way, we'll have some money that's coming in, and then with that, we have boundaries with regards to how we can spend that money. The committee or commission, depending upon what Madam and Sir Attorney calls it, then this group gets together as a committee and prioritize and decide on how the funds are distributed, from there. So then I'm going to ask you all, how is that done? Is it regular committee or mayor appointed committee?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, once you've told us precisely what you're trying to accomplish, then we can certainly do that. So if what you've done to this point, what we're proposing to this point, is not adequate to the task, then it's a simple matter of just kind of getting you where you're trying to go.
Okay, that's where I'm trying to go. So I made a proposal with regards to forming the committee, and the actual task of what the committee would be doing and why we're forming this emergency committee, and that's I stated it from there. So again, I'm going to rely on both attorneys to tell me if I'm making the right motion to make that happen and making the correct resolution for tomorrow or the next day.
If I might add again, based on what you answered to Councilwoman Cobble, if this is a committee, then it only makes recommendations to the council, and the council has to act on it, on the recommendation.
No, she asked me a very specific question, and my answer was for us to make the decision with regards to how the money is distributed. That's the answer that I said.
Then I don't see that as being the workings of a committee.
And that is the question that I asked. That's why I asked the clarity, because it's, according to our charter, it's not, committees are not recommending. I mean, committees are only recommending bodies. So if you're asking for this group of individuals to make a decision without council, then it would need to be some kind of authority or commission, but not a standard committee as you presented it today. And not to cut you off, Councilman Turner, I'd also like to mention that since you're talking about money and the way it has to be spent according to federal law, and trust me when I say at the state, we have a team of attorneys working around the clock to understand the intricacies of this, including Governor Brian Kemp as in his Office of Planning and Budget. So it's not something that's easily to understand or even account for that matter. So I would just suggest that rather this is a committee or a commission or authority, that you definitely put somebody on there, maybe our future finance director or whoever is handling probably, I guess, the internal auditor at this point, to be a part of this group, recommending or not, to make sure all the intricacies of this CARES Fund Act is dealt with appropriately. But to your point, yes, I know an oversight committee is a recommending body.
And Mayor, I just want to be on record, if I may, just wanted to make sure that the actual dealings of, or the spending of the money, where would that report be in case other council members or citizens, constituents would like to know? Is that something that we'll make available as a report for public view?
Yes, ma'am. By law, we have to.
Okay, I just always have to ask.
Yes, ma'am. Attorney Reval.
We could, so here's what, I recently formed a commission and a committee, and I can do the same for this situation. The one that I worked on was for the film commission, but we also wanted a committee for that, like an oversight committee. So I could do the same thing for this resolution that we have in mind. I could draft a resolution establishing both a commission and a committee.
And that would do what for us, Madam Attorney? So
as such, if you have members that are qualified for this particular task that are not residents of Stonecrest, for example, if this new finance director is not a resident of Stonecrest yet, then it helps to have the committee, because according to the charter, we can't have non-residents on the commission. So that would be the main purpose. And also the committee is supervised by you, by the mayor. And the commission has to report to both the city council and the mayor.
All right. So as to not to build another city, how about we just stay with the committee model and then make it the recommending body. And then we have 2 council folks that's on it that cover the majority of all the businesses that's in Stonecrest. And that's why this was built that way. And then from a recommending body standpoint, we'll take in those members and then send those recommendations for funding to council, and then we'll just move from there. How about that?
So just to be clear, what you want to move forward with the oversight committee, just the committee format? Because
I would rather do that, because here's the 3 choices that we have. We can't build this whole commission thing. It's going to take too long. People are hurting yesterday. That's the first thing. We're not going to make this a political football. Second thing is that I wanted to give all of us an opportunity with regards to what were the most important areas that we could see about with regards to where we are in this whole COVID piece once the money is distributed. Or 3, I didn't want to take the CEO approach that he decides every dime goes from every place. So that you all won't have a coronary. I didn't want to take that, I didn't want to take that route, nor did I want to have that responsibility myself. So those were the 3 choices. I individual, as an individual, as an executive, make the decision, as a committee, as a, now as a recommending body of the committee, or as a commission. Then I'm gonna choose door number 2, so that everyone is comfortable, in that state, including myself, and then move forward in that.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, so let me understand. So this committee will be reporting to the council, and the council will be making the decisions in reference to how the money is allocated?
No, close though. We'll be making the actual recommendation to council. And then, because we're not going to bring council, 300 companies, we'll break that down with the committee. And then some, if I understand you correctly, Attorney Reval, we present that recommendation to council, and then they approve or not approve, what we have with regards to how we're going to distribute the money.
According to the charter, the policy committee is just at the discretion and the supervision of the mayor. But obviously it would be in the best interest to get the city council involved.
Sure thing. All right, Councilman George Turner, does that satisfy what you were having a conversation about?
That's my understanding of a committee. Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else has any questions? Make sure that we're clear. Okay. Then I'll take a motion to, matter of fact, I will make the motion to form this emergency COVID-19 stimulus committee so that we could I'll prioritize the possible gifts that we have with regards to the revenue. And I'll take a second for that.
Second.
All right, properly moved in second. Do we have any further discussion?
Can we add to the minutes to make sure that a proper resolution is presented, or maybe make this with the condition that the resolution, it comes back to us in a resolution form?
I don't want to make it conditional, man, because we're going to do it tomorrow anyway, as soon as they get to it. But
Well, maybe conditional was the wrong word, but I just want to make sure that it's noted that we would like a resolution.
So noted. All right, any further discussion?
Mayor, for clarification, I'm going to put the motion as forming a committee via a resolution. And then you'll sign the resolution and I'll affirm attest the resolution. And then that's the resolution. I can scan it in and email it to the council later this week.
Good deal. We're still in discussion phase. Is that acceptable to council?
Good.
All right.
One more question, Mayor. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I didn't hear this. When do you expect the money to be here? I know you just spoke of tomorrow, but I didn't know if that was
no. I think it'll be in a week or so.
In a week or so. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. At the latest by the end of the month. Okay. Those are the words that are Mr. Joyner and I hearing.
Are we going to advertise to small businesses to say, hey, we have relief? How will the businesses know that Stonecrest has this emergency fund? So
we're going to take that advisement from the committee and then come back to you all with that, because you can imagine opening that Pandora box, how that will sit from there.
Okay.
I have a quick question. Who would be the two council members on this committee?
This would be Councilman Rob Turner and Councilman Jimmy Clanton.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Still in discussion mode. Is there any further discussion?
Can we have a female on there somewhere? Because you didn't call out that one lady's name. I'm sorry.
You know, I can really appreciate that, Councilwoman, but I have to tell you, I don't really do gender-based stuff.
Well, you might not. I just want you to think about it, though.
Yeah.
Just let the record reflect. Okay.
I appreciate that. All right. All right. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
Mayor? Aye. Thank you, Council. Folks, allow me executive privilege for a moment, and then we'll do two things. One, Ples, with your permission, Mr. Joyner, we'll go into the we'll come back to the no, I apologize for that. We'll keep where we're going. We'll keep where we're going. But there was one thing that I thought I had added here, and I missed it. And this takes it's a time sensitive matter, Council. So I'm going to just bring it up now, and then I'll take a motion to add it to the agenda. Saturday at New Birth, it was a colossal thing. I mean, the way people were testing and getting food, it was unbelievable. I have to tell you, I was caught aback by how many folks actually was in the driving line for food. There were more people in the line for food than it was for testing. It was unbelievable. They had trucks and trucks and trucks of food. And also, Council, it was donated by DeKalb County. I was out there with Michael Thurman himself, and also Jamal Bryant. Pastor Jamal Bryant is a genius when it comes to being able to acquire resources for food and other things else and help for the church. Long and short of it is this. we met with the team, and they pulled us to the side from a New Birth and the county standpoint, and they need our help. And this is where we can be a fantastic community partner in this situation. And the situation is they want to partner with the City of Stonecrest. They, as in the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church and DeKalb County under the CEO's office to use the Sam's Club building as a staging area for the food and distribution. They don't have enough ICE trucks available to be able to store the food that they have with regards to that, which, you know, that's coming in. So what does this mean to us, and how can we help? They have the man and woman power to be able to organize, and a couple of hundred volunteers that they have with regards to the food distribution. I saw it for myself. What they need from us, council, is the use of the refrigeration unit inside of Sam's, and then of course the staging in the parking lot. They were overrun, absolutely overrun Saturday at New Birth with regards to, you know, to both areas. And also even ourselves, between myself, Ms. Iris Settle, and Pledge Joyner, we're going to know in the next day or so if we can continue to secure the National Guard to come do testing out here in Stonecrest. And one of those lines, of course, could be possibly in the Sam's Club parking lot. I just said that to say, council, I want us to support the efforts of the CEO's office and the pastor's office and the mayor's office to bring these three entities together to feed the folks in Stonecrest, and quite frankly, throughout, you know, Southeast DeKalb County. And we have an opportunity to be able to help with that. And our opportunity is to open the Sam's Club building, turn on the electricity, and I don't see why the refrigeration units would be inoperable as it sit today. So I'm asking two things with you today. One, I beg the indulgence of adding this to the agenda, and two, let's vote and have a conversation quickly to have a partnership with New Birth Missionary Baptist Church and the CEO's office to feed the people that we have in this area. I'm open for questions and comments.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a great idea to help and be a resource to the citizens. My question is, how long will this partnership last? Is this a continuous partnership? Is it just for a few more months? What's the timeline for this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Council, because I asked the same thing, and it's pretty much when the food runs out. Because what's happening on this end of it is that as we're testing higher in this demographic than anybody else. In 30038 and 30058, we're at the top of the hill. Councilman George Turner, I think you get the same reports I get with regards to, where we sit. And Lithonia and Stonecrest is not a good look at this point. However, what we found out, Councilman Rob Turner, is that when Councilman Clanton and I were having this opportunity at the Tri-Cities Funeral Home for, you know, folks bringing in food. Remember the people that got burned out in both of those locations? Mm-hmm. I was shocked at the amount of people that came that they weren't burnt out of their apartment. Some of them were, but these were just general folks that needed food in this area. I'm telling you, I was just called aback. And so, Councilman, to answer your question, because this is going to subside one day, but it's at its peak right now, and this will be a good opportunity for us to be good Christian stewards, and also at the same time, you know, of course, help the folks that need help. Yeah. And you know, quite frankly, folks, all we're doing is putting up the facility. They have the manpower, they have the resources, they have the food that's coming in, they have the organization with regards to how they're doing it. This will be, I think this is something we should do.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, if I may, my only concern is whether or not we've completed the process to get the building insured, because I guess it's my job to think about those kind of issues with regard to liability. And I know we're in the process of getting that secured. And I don't know where we stand with that. Maybe Mr. Joyner can shed some light on that. But it would be my recommendation that until we get our building completely insured, that we not undertake an effort like this to avoid liability when we don't have anyone to indemnify us.
Yeah, Attorney Denmark, actually, we are in the process of submitting that paperwork. And I'm thinking in the next day or so, it'll be all submitted and taken care of. There's just a stack of documents we've had to go through to get that done. But yeah, we're close to getting that completed.
Very good point. Then I would say in that instance, council, that we if we decide to do this, is contingent upon us making sure that we have our liability in place so that we're protecting ourselves at the same time.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my comment as well. And that is that you've got to consider that those refrigerators have been idle for a while. Someone has to make sure that it is healthy to use those facilities.
Okay.
As well as to occupy the building. There's so much that goes, the devil's in the detail. So I'm glad to see someone working out the details before we say, okay, that was my biggest concern.
All right, then let's make it contingent upon those issues that we talked about. And this works two ways, Councilman George Turner, which is this is a good thing for this, is that now we'll find out exactly what's working in that building. And we need to do that anyway. We needed to do that anyway, because remember, we were still looking for a suitor to donate the refrigeration units to anyway. So this will do a couple of things. One, we'll know exactly where we stand operation wise, and electricity and structural wise, in the facility, because not jumping ahead to some of the things that you all asked about, we're at a point now where our real estate partner in T. Dallas Smith is bringing folks in to be able to start to lay out where we're going, facility wise, in that building. So all of this is timely, at the same time.
Well, that definitely was leading into a question I had, which is, do we know today what the cost is to turn the electricity on? And hopefully, do we have in the budget to be able to pay for the electricity? That was one question. And then the other question, I think we've kind of mainly answered, but where logistics of kind of how that's going to work. I think it's a great idea to be able to use that piece of equipment if it's there for sure. But how much are we looking at for that insurance? And then where in the budget can we see that? And then also how much is the electricity going to cost us each month that we're in this partnership, and where in the budget are we pulling that from?
That was my question too.
I'll answer both of those at the same time, council and council. One is that we can use the actual emergency funds that we're going to be receiving to handle that situation. And that's in excess of probably, based on our population, $6 million. So along with the committee that we just constituted, that's part of the piece that we can support and send to council also. Number two, if I'm answering your question also, Councilwoman Cobble, is that operationally, they have a machinery at New Birth with regards to how they distribute the food, how they do the testing. And I witnessed myself this weekend for hours how proficient they are, in that area. So,
oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean how they were running theirs. I meant operational in the building for us, who's opening doors, closing doors, who's going to man, I guess, getting in and out of the building. But first, my first question though, that's a little longer down the ways. My first concern was where in the budget are we pulling the insurance for that building, and how much is that? And then how much is the electricity? But you're saying that we can use the CARES Act fund dollars. So I just want to make sure that we get, our attorneys are 100% certain that we can pay for insurance on an administrative building that was not affected by COVID and that we're not currently occupying, and that we can also use those funds to pay the electricity bill in that building.
So here's the thing, Councilwoman, we had budgeted already to move into the Sam's Club building this year. We put an operation budget together for, we put several things in the budget for, 2020, beside for us using the, funds as we sit today. Because we were, actually, trying to get that piece together for construction and everything else. I don't have a, personally, I don't have a concern with regards to, how that gets, put together today, because we have available budget money, but for the most part, we'll have, emergency COVID money. That's what this whole thing is for.
Yeah, no worries. If COVID money can cover it, wonderful. And even if we had the operational budget set for Sam's for 2020, which I don't recall seeing those numbers laid out to us, but even if we did, our revenues have not reflected being able to still do that, at least today. I mean, our revenue collection is considerably lower than what we would have expected it to be had this not been a COVID incident. So even if we had budgeted for it, which again, I don't remember seeing an operational budget for the Sam's building while occupying the Ashley Capitol building simultaneously. But again, our revenues, most importantly, have not come in like they would have traditionally. So just wanted to make sure that, one, our attorneys are on top of making sure that the CARES Act funds can be used that way. And then two, make sure that, considering our revenue collection is considerably lower than we wanted it to be, that we can still fund that should the CARES Act funds not be available for their use.
I'm going to make this statement and then you all can make a decision from here. One is that, all due respect to all of you all and myself, we need to find the money if it goes sideways either way. The people out here are trying to survive, and all we have to do is our part. And as we sit today, we can get this done. I understand the X's, the O's, the I's, and the T's. I am 100% for that. That's why you guys are on one scale and I'm on another, but that's okay. We're all different in how we go about our business, but that's fine. But quite frankly, folks, from a benevolent standpoint, from a Christian standpoint, and I know that's what we all are, and just from a community standpoint, we need to find a way to do this with a building sitting there that's 130,000 square feet and a parking lot. So we should find a way. But I am willing to make the motion with regards to two things. One, add this as an item, an emergency item, so that we can vote on it. And then two, vote on it. What's the pleasure, council?
Yeah, I don't think we disagree with wanting a partner. I think we're just making sure that all the I's and T's are dotted and crossed. So I don't want anybody to leave with the impression that we're not okay with it. It's one thing to say something, it's another thing to make it happen. I think we're all on the same page about wanting to make it happen.
Okay. All
Mr.
right.
Mayor, I'll put the motion to add this to the agenda as a discussion item for consideration to vote.
They're properly moved. Is there a second? I'll second it. All right. All right, so that motion is on the table to add this agenda item with regards to using the Sam's Club building as a partnership with New Birth and their food opportunities here. This is the vote for adding it to the agenda. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
Mayor, aye. The item has been added to the agenda. Now the item is for the vote. I'm going to make the motion that we approve the condition of using the Sam's Club building for the distribution partnership with New Birth on the contingency that we have the correct insurance and investigation of the finance on both sides for operation and electricity. Been properly moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Properly moved in second. Further discussion? All right.
I just like to say, Mayor, that I volunteered there for several. I've been at New Birth handing out and helping and packing and doing all of that. So I understand what is there and how benevolent it is and how necessary and needed it is. My concern, though, is that we don't make any hasty decisions about how we use the futuristic funds that we do, that you all, as the whatever you're going to be called, that you take into consideration and prioritize so that, you know, all the citizens get the best use of the funds, and make sure that the funds that are coming in are earmarked for certain things, that we follow, you know, that we be consistent and proper in what we do. It is an awesome experience down there, and I do believe that we can be a part of it. But I do, again, just want to be on record, making sure that we do things that are decent, in order, and not hasty.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me just reiterate to our attorney that, you know, we have the Good Samaritan rule and so forth and so on, but we need to double check that we are doing what we can do, and that we're covered from a legal standpoint.
We'll certainly get that covered, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
Just also for clarity, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
for clarity, did you say that New Birth we would be partners with them in this venture?
Yes, sir.
It's a partnership.
Partnership. Yes, sir.
Okay. And was the CEO, you said CEO also?
Yeah, they're the ones that's providing the food.
Okay.
Yeah. So the county is providing the food, and then they provide it, you know, from the county to New Birth, and they just didn't have a place to put it.
Right.
And it was cold items out there like milk and eggs, and I was like, wow, we couldn't give it away fast enough. Right. And truck after truck after truck came. So, but I know I'm sorry, Councilman, I went off into another tangent, but yes, sir, that's what that is. It's partnership.
So we're not shouldering the entire weight of this. It's a partnership. Okay.
Matter of fact, 1/3 of the weight. Yeah. Facility wise. The heavy lifting, quite frankly, is an operation in people. Building is nothing. Building is nothing. That's minimal. But the cost of the food, and then the people power for distribution, that's where the heavy lift is, at least in my opinion, anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, let me understand that this is contingent upon two things. You had said first the insurance, and
Yes, sir.
to ensure that we're not liable for any type of incidents or whatever. And what was the second again? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well, I sort of put those two together. I sort of put those two together with regards to not being liable, and then the actual insurances, you know, for itself.
Okay.
And so we also talked about the electricity, the budget, or that kind of issue that we wanted to clarify that as well.
Right. Oh yeah, we'll give clarity on that. That's correct. I apologize, Councilman Turner.
So you mean, when you say clarity, you mean give us some numbers or something, or
Yes,
what
sir.
are you saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
right.
so that we're clear, still in discussion mode, is that we'll know exactly, we'll make sure exactly that we're covered from an attorney standpoint, from a liability standpoint, and then also we'll have the detailed numbers with regards to, you know, what it costs to repurpose it, to regenerate it, turn them back on, make sure they work, that whole particular piece, and then we'll, you know, I'll bring that back to council, of course.
Okay. All right.
All right. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
Mayor. Aye. Thank you, council, and also thank you for your indulgence. I will take personal responsibility to oversee this for mayor and council, and to make sure that we do exactly what we said that we're going to do. But this is a good thing. All right. I want to certainly thank the folks that have been out here to indulge us in the things that we've been having to get done. But this is, you know, welcome to municipal world. Mr. Joyner, I'm going to pass the ball back to you now, so you can finish your piece, and then we'll move quickly into the Parks and Rec presentation, and then Ms. Battle will, Attorney Battle will get to you from there.
Awesome. Mr. Bell, you'll need to transfer the hosting.
Mayor Larry.
Yes,
Mayor
ma'am.
Larry, we skipped over public comments, and I have one. It's very short.
Oh, I apologize. Let's while Mr. Bell is working his magic, let's go with Ms. Reed. I apologize.
Okay.
I'll go with public comments.
All right, public comment is from Jason Carter. He sent in a public comment this evening. He lives at 2860 Valace Path, Stonecrest, Georgia. I hope I said that correctly. Good evening. As we speak, Wesley Chapel Road is in the process of getting the first approval for a Chipotle. When will we see that in our city?
When we will see who in our city?
When will we see that in our city?
Man, did you guys hear that, or is it just me?
Maybe Marshall.
I heard it, Mr. Mayor.
I think that there's some folks that need to mute so we can hear her clear.
Yeah, it's like underwater boogie from somebody that we're trying to.
I think it might be Marshall. Okay, yeah, he just.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it one more time. It's from Jason Scott of Stonecrest. He said, good evening. As we speak, Wesley Chapel Road is in the process of getting the first approval for a Chipotle. When will we see that in our city?
Thank you.
All right, that's all I have.
All right. So I take it that Mr. Bell and Mr. Joyner are working their dual magic again.
We're trying to, I guess my glasses weren't working right. I accidentally, Councilman George Turner, I accidentally made you the host. You and Pledge Joyner are right there together. So I need my prescription checked. I do apologize. But if George Turner, Councilman Turner, if you can click on participants, and then, you know what, you could actually do it from you. Click on Pledge Joiner's name, and then over to the right, it'll say more. And there should be a list to the right when you click on participants. If you click on more, then it'll say make host, and you can make Mr. Joyner a host from there. You see it?
Actually, Councilman, you're in charge of the world right now.
He doesn't want to be, trust.
He needs some more time to think about it.
Okay. Councilman Turner, can you hear me? I'm sorry, folks. I took my glasses off. Maybe I can see it better this way.
Tell him he's muted.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna leave George alone.
Careful, we all be muted in a minute.
Okay, he made you host.
Actually, it's done now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you, George. That was great.
Way to go, George Turner.
Hey, George, good job.
Let's give Councilman a hand here.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Tech savvy by default.
And he did it while on mute, which is even more impressive.
Awesome. Now, so I have some folks that are visiting today. I have Danielle Metricardi and also Marshall Mitchell here from Fincher, Denmark, and they're gonna help me walk through this presentation concerning the millage rate. And bring this up here, share my screen here, and just give me a thumbs up if you can see our new screen. It says strategic plan to transition millage rate to the City of Stonecrest for public works. And if we could, if you're not speaking, if you could mute your phone, that'd be great. Get a little feedback here.
I think that's his phone.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. We've been, I think it's Marshall Mitchell.
Yeah.
The host can mute them. Have the host mute Marshall.
There we go. All righty, and I'm going to, in the interest of time, we're going to try to move through this, as there's not quite as many slides for this one, and hopefully we won't need that much from Mr. Mitchell, but he was quite instrumental in helping me pull this together as well. The first things first, why millage rate for the city of Stonecrest? And once again, you've pretty much seen this, and basically it's to fund a public works department for the city of Stonecrest. The DeKalb County was already applying a millage rate for the folks that are living in unincorporated DeKalb County who are receiving public works services from the county. And so we're just proposing transferring that millage rate from the county to the city to stand up our function. The next one is, what is the millage rate for the city of Stonecrest? And so we did a lot of research working with the tax commissioner's office, and I believe also the office of the tax assessor to pull this information. So our tax digest for the city of Stonecrest, and this is the taxable portion of our tax digest. If you recall, when you get your tax bill, it tells you how much your house is worth. But the portion that our tax rate actually applied to is actually 40% of your home. So this is the 40% of the tax bill, tax digest for the city of Stonecrest. And so we're sitting right at $1.68 billion for our city. When you look at what a mill is, actually 1 mill is 1,000th of your tax digest. And so our tax digest for the city of Stonecrest is $1,680,866. So this is basically 1 mil on your tax bill would equate to $1.68 million coming into the city for that amount. During our research, we found that the millage rate that the DeKalb County was charging to the city for special services was 2.421 mils. This millage rate actually included Parks and Rec and our Public Works Department. So both of those functions were actually encompassed in this amount. And if you recall, we brought over the Parks and Rec Department last year, but we did not bring over the millage rate with it. So what we're proposing is that this year, as we pull over the millage for the Public Works, that we also pull over the Parks and Rec millage as well. After the estimate of our property tax that we would collect amounts to just over $4 million. And it's pretty easy math. It's just the mill rate times 1 mil for the city. So it's the $1.68 million times 2.421 mils gives you the $4,069,376. Once again, that's an estimate. On an annual basis, the county goes through and re-estimates the tax digest for each entity within the county. And actually that information is found on this next screen. I'm going to try to unmute Mr. Marshall again. Let's see if we can. Unmute his audio. It's not really working here. So actually it is now. So Marshall, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Are you able to see the tax digest information screen?
I am. The 5-year history.
Yes, correct. So if you could, real quickly, if you could explain what's on this screen, and if we could just drill down to our numbers pretty quickly.
Yeah, very quickly I will. You will notice that for 17, 18, and 19, there are no values because the city of Stonecrest did not have a city millage rate. Nevertheless, in completing the form, we are required to include that information in the form until we get over to the year 2020, wherein the city is adopting a city millage rate. And these numbers in the 2020 column for real and personal motor vehicles, heavy duty equipment, come right off of what's called a consolidated digest. That's provided by the tax commissioner. And this information is used in this particular report and is reduced by the M&O exemptions. Those are exemptions that relate to the city's homestead. It relates to some state exemptions like veterans, like for example, conservation use property, and all of those are compiled by the tax assessor and tax commissioner. Those amounts are, as I said, are exemptions. They are used to reduce the digest, the assessed digest, so that we come to an amount of 1,680,865,744. That extended times the proposed millage, city millage, is comes to an annual, computes to an annual estimated tax revenues 2020 of 4,069,376. You'll note that this footnote at the bottom of the schedule is not a standard footnote. We inserted this footnote to indicate that even though the tax increase is reflected as 100%, that the tax that we're proposing for the city mills actually replaces the DeKalb County levy for the previous years, so that the net tax increase is actually zero. The net tax millage increase is actually zero. So we thought we should explain that to the public, that with this particular schedule, that this is not a tax increase. The county millage will come off of its bill to the citizens in Stonecrest and be replaced by a city millage. So that's how this particular schedule works. That's how the process works. One thing you should note is that on the line on this schedule where it says gross digest of $1.9 billion, the gross digest, in other words, the 100% value, as Mr. Joyner alluded to earlier, is actually 4.9 billion of fair market value in the city of Stonecrest. So this is the assessed value, which is 40% of the fair market value. So unless there's some questions, that pretty much sums it up. One thing I would like to add is, for some time now, we've been speaking to you about utility digest. And we were able to get with the assessors. The assessors had not added in a utility digest starting with the year 2018. We spoke with them, we spoke with the State Department of Revenue, and we got a utility digest added in for the first time this year of $21,132,864. 132,902. So now our 2020 digest does include some public utility values.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Marshall. I'd really love to, it'd be great if we have any questions coming from the councils concerning any of these, calculations or where we came up with these values.
I'll make a statement, Mr. Joyner. I don't have a question because I've been looking at these numbers for the past 7 years. And this is the one thing that I'm hoping that folks are still online that are listening, our viewing public, our council, the whole entire time we've been telling folks there is not a double tax. There is not a tax increase. And I want council to hear me clear on this because you are the one that folks are going to call and ask. You are raising my taxes. No, we are not. This is a tax transfer that takes over the mill from DeKalb County, brings it over to the city of Stonecrest. And I am willing to wait based on everything that I've seen over the years that the same amount of money we can do better with than what's being provided for us today. It's really just that simple. So we've talked about this with the police mill rate. We've talked about this with Parks mill rate. This is exactly what we've been studying and saying and talking about for year after year after year, as Joel Thibodeau certainly can tell you that. So I just want to make this appeal to council. This is the time to know your stuff because it's not a tax increase, not a tax increase. I want us to completely understand that. That's my 2 cents.
I got a couple questions, which I'm sure you expected. We've seen a lot of information about what the digest is and what the revenue to be collected from that digest and those mills. What I'd like to see is what has been spent on this specific service or these services provided to the residents of Stonecrest from DeKalb County. So you've always shown us what we collect, but I'd like to see what does it actually cost or what has it cost the county over time to provide the service so that we can really identify, one, is there a delta? Two, what that is, and then how to make up that difference. And that's been a conversation that always comes along with explaining the difference between a double taxation and a transfer. This always on the back of that question is, well, what if there's not enough? And although we keep saying we can do it better for the same amount, what we haven't seen is, well, how much has it cost the county to provide that service just to Stonecrest? So that we can answer that question without just saying I know that we can. I always get in return, well, how do you know that? What do the numbers actually say? So I'd like to be able to answer that question. I mean, I can answer it a little bit, but I'd like to be able to have the constituents have something tangible that says, well, this is how much the county says they've been spending on this service for just Stonecrest. And this is how much we're going to receive in the millage transfer, not increase, to just Stonecrest. That's the first question. And then to, I guess, extend or piggyback off my own question is economies of scale. So typically, supply and demand will have it that when you have more of something, that it costs less to purchase in bulk. We have Sam's, BJ's, blah, 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 where the more you buy in bulk, the cheaper it is. So always the economies of scales always comes into mind when we're having these discussions, because we say this is how much it costs. And we hope that we will have enough to do that, but we have to keep in mind that there is always going to be the economies of scales theory in here, that even though you are pulling away from the big pot, there's going to be an increase of some kind. It's just the way numbers fall. So we really need to be able to take the conversation a step further than to just say, we know we can do this service better and for less. we've got to be able to start being able to make that a tangible proof. So I think we can begin that process by at least being able to see, not only here's what we're going to collect in revenue, but here's how much the expense has been trending over the last maybe 5 years. And I'm sure the county has those numbers for us to look at.
Council member, may I respond to at least the first part of your question? And thank you for the question. If you look at 2019, the year 2019, there was a digest, adjusted digest of $1.5 billion, which makes the mill rate $1,538,000. And if you'll extend that times the same millage rate that we're using for this year, that comes to about 3.7 million. So that is what the county had in their budget for these special services for 2019. Now, what they had in their budget and what they spent are two different animals. I would wager to say that given this is a special service and more of a restricted kind of function, that that what they spent is going to approximate the revenue that they took in. So it's all a function. This millage rate is set based on what they anticipate their budget will be. So last year they anticipated their budget would have been 3.718656 million. And of course, the computation of the tax amount is a function of the millage rate, which we decided to keep the same, and the digest, which had some growth in it. It had some growth, and it had also what they call revaluation. And fortunately for us, we didn't have to be concerned about any rollback because we hadn't had a millage rate in the past. So to try to answer the first part of your question, the revenues that were anticipated for that function last year were $3,718,656.
Yes, and I do appreciate you mentioning that, but I'd like to add that we've heard, well, let me just keep it to myself. I've heard on more than one occasion that the county spends way more on services provided to Stonecrest than what we put into the pot. So I appreciate you explaining a little bit more of what numbers we see on paper, but we always hear the conflicting I guess, conversations of we can do it better for the same amount or less. And then we always hear the county's response is good luck because we spend way more than what you put in. So I appreciate that, but we'd really like to get to some consistent understanding of where that story truly lies. And I think that's really what constituents want to know. They want to stop hearing two different stories. And they really want to get to the bottom line. And that bottom line, you can get there by really putting some pen to paper and having a robust conversation so that there's not this tug of war between what Stonecrest says and what the county says.
Councilwoman, if I may, I would just like to repeat back, your concern, and just so that we're clear. It sounds as though we need to validate what has been collected from Stonecrest, basically this 2.421 or whatever it is, versus how much is the county actually spending, and basically what that delta is between what is collected versus what is actually spent to actually deliver that service to our area. And
yes.
And you just like to see that due diligence and those numbers, because I've heard the same thing. When I've sat down with Zach Williams frequently, that's what he's come back to. Well, it's going to cost a lot more than what you guys are actually putting in. And I've heard that for, for the parks, I've heard it for public works, I heard it for the police, et cetera. And so what we will do, we'll continue, Marshall, we'll continue to drill down and try our level best to get that. I got to be honest with you, we were doing that with the Parks and Rec Department last year, and we will frequently be given get a bit of a runaround type of thing as well, and trying to nail folks down to some solid numbers with that. But I hear you 100%, and we'll do our level best to get those real definitive numbers for you. Okay.
I appreciate that, and I think the constituents will also appreciate not being able to be in that tug of war with information.
Okay.
Tell me more about this utility digest. What does it mean to the city?
All right. Well, the utility digest is all the public utilities in the city who are either in your right of way or in the city, period. For example, Georgia Power, Atlanta Gas, Zayo, other telecommunication companies. All of those companies that are in your city report separately to the Department of Revenue, and a digest is compiled that's referred to as the Public Utilities Digest. That digest was not reported to the county for 2018 and 2019. And we investigated that omission and talked with the assessors and talked with the people at the Department of Revenue, and got information that I guess apparently had been prepared but not transmitted, and insisted that be included in the 2020 digest.
But dollar-wise, what does that mean to the city?
Well, dollar-wise, it added another $21 million, to your digest.
Okay.
So we take 21 million times 2421, and that's the impact. So basically, that would give us what, about 40,000. Let me compute that right quick.
Now I can go back and do the numbers. I just want to know how we were calculating it.
Right.
Okay. The players. You mentioned that.
Oh, George, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said that the 21 million was against the same 2.4, was it
right.
421 mils?
Yeah, 2.421 mils, right.
Okay.
Okay. But players, you mentioned that the parks will be rolled back to county. We'll pick that up starting next year, or starting at some point when I'll put it into play. What about retroactive funds from the first of the year, since we took the parks at the first of the year? Are we looking at getting some of that retroactive to the first of the year?
We worked on, I believe, are we getting, there we go. Okay, we worked on getting some retroactive funds from for the Parks and Rec last year, and that was going to be a very tough hoe to row. It was really to Councilwoman Cobble's point. They can easily justify saying, well, we spent X number of dollars more, and so we don't have any, there's no extra to give you from delivering the service. So, so really, Ms. Cobble brings up a very, very salient point, which is something we really do need to do a little bit more due diligence and looking into what is the actual cost of delivery of the service by the county.
Okay.
Les, did the county do a rollback last year then for parks for Stonecrest residents? Since we technically took it over, but didn't take the millage. Did they roll back that portion?
I'll need to go back and take a look at it, whether they charge the millage for the Parks and Rec. That we'll have to go back and take a look at that.
Okay, that would be good to know.
We do have a history that goes back about 10 years, so we can actually see for each of the cities what the millage is for each one.
Yeah, no, that would be good to know if we took over the service that year, and I would think that they would roll back our portion of that, and then we would have seen a difference unless there was some extra and they decided to recoup that extra. But that would have been all year, I guess, if they went with that methodology.
That was our thing, is we didn't take over until July, and actually we didn't take possession of them until August of last year.
Right.
And also keep in mind that DeKalb County is on a different fiscal year than we are. So we're on a calendar year. They're on the fiscal.
June to July. July to June.
I don't know what you call that kind of year. Okie dokie. And Ms. Cobble, actually, I made a note of that, so that's something we'll take that up and continue to take a look at that as well. I'm going to try to zip through the rest of these so that we can move this on, as I know we have some other folks that are waiting to come on board. Once again, we have a July 1st deadline to actually submit our certification to the tax commissioner's office, and we're looking at a January 1st deadline to take over the service itself. And so similarly, what we did with the public works, we also put together a timeline for the millage rate. And so today, starting with June 8th, was notify the council of the millage rate, setting the millage rate and the dates for the public hearings. By law, I think this is a state law, we have to advertise and actually conduct 3 public hearings for the property tax increase / transfer. And then we also have to advertise the 5-year history. So I just showed you the 5-year history that we need to publish, as well as the press release. And we also have to post this information to our website. On June, basically, we're planning to do the public hearing 1 and public hearing 2 on the same day. From what I understand, this is pretty common, the way that this is done. And actually, we actually received this timeline from the tax commissioner's office. So on June 16th, we'll conduct our first and second public hearing. The first one will be in the morning at 11 a.m. and the second one will be in the evening at 6 p.m. And then for the third public hearing, that will be the following week on June 24th, and that will be in the evening. After the third public hearing, we'll be able to have a special called meeting and for the city council to adopt the resolution for our millage rate. The reason, as I stated before, our deadline to have all this information into the DeKalb County Tax Commissioner is July 1st. So that's why we're on a very, we really got to push this thing through. We did ask for an extension mainly due to the coronavirus, but our advances were rebuffed, and actually all of the cities in DeKalb County, everyone has to submit all of their millage certifications to the county on July 1st, so they couldn't make any exceptions for the city of Stonecrest.
Plus, can I ask you something about that timeline?
Oh, yes.
So I'm assuming that we're going to do the millage for, or at least you're presenting this for Parks and Recs and Public Works. So
Correct.
considering that we already have the IGA with Parks and Recs, but we don't have the IGA settled with Public Works, how does this timeline fit with needing that IGA to be completed?
Yes, actually, our attorneys are working with the DeKalb County attorneys to get that completed, and we should have that for you guys within the next week.
And does the IGA go to the commissioners as well? I think I remember that with the Parks and Recs, it had to go.
Yes, yeah, and it's the reason why this should be easy is that it's pretty much pretty boilerplate. The services that we'll be pulling over are the same for every city, so we should not have any hiccups with doing this. Actually, like I stated, I have had a conversation with Zach Williams over at DeKalb County, and so we're trying to get this thing move through so that it will also coincide with the certification by the end of the month.
Okay. How does, maybe Danielle, you can ask this or answer this rather. Let's say the IGA doesn't come in the time frame that's scheduled here. How does that affect the?
So it doesn't affect the setting of the millage rate. This is just the process that the city has to go about legally to even set the millage rate. So you can set the millage rate before and then proceed to do the IGA. So we have a little more time when it comes to the IGA, but it's not going to be, as Fuzz said, it won't be very complex. Simply is just transferring the services. And then the only other thing that I would include is just the stormwater maintenance, because I have an agreement with them because they're going to continue those until January or December 31st of 2021. And then Stonecrest takes over on January 1st, 2022.
Okay. Yeah, I think we really need to please get those numbers I was talking about, hopefully as quickly as we can. That's really going to be, and I can at least speak for myself, that's going to be a big point for me to vote on not only an IGA, but also to levy a tax, is if there is a delta. I would really want to know that up front, and I'd really want to be able to explain to the constituents that there's a chance in the future that we may have to figure out how to fill in that delta, and if that does mean that we'd have to increase that millage to cover that difference, then I want to know that prior to agreeing, or at least me putting my hand up.
Oh yeah, that's exactly, it's fair. That is exactly fair. I believe me, I understand.
Okay.
Okay, well, I won't be the dead horse then. I'll just let Councilwoman JazzminCobble's piece be the same, be the concern for me. I don't want it to cost us more to do the same thing that DeKalb is doing for us, and then I not be able to have that information before I raise my hand, because when I campaigned, I said I wouldn't do that. So I want to make sure I'm clear.
Most definitely, and I really do appreciate you bringing that up. Okay, thank you.
Let me just get one other thing clear, and that is that you mentioned that it is absolutely necessary to have a public hearing for a tax increase. I understand that, but it says tax increase, tax transfer. When you say increase, and there will not be an increase, we're only doing a transfer. Is it necessary to say increase since we're only doing a transfer?
Yes, Councilman, I tried. I asked it every which way I could, but we are increasing the tax in the city of Stonecrest. So it's a 100% increase because we have a 0 mill rate right now. So
okay, so we're increasing. DeKalb County is reducing it. So okay, so
right. But what we're doing, our public hearings are only about what Stonecrest is doing. So.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So there is an increase in taxes for the city of Stonecrest.
Correct.
All right.
At the same time, it's a decrease in the taxes for DeKalb County.
This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the rubber meets the road. If you have a zero increase, if you have a zero millage rate right now, and you transfer a millage rate over, that means you're taking on a theoretical increase. But I want you to know this, Councilman Rob Turner, as we sit here, it's not an actual tax increase for the citizens. It's just a transfer. And to George Turner's point, Councilman George Turner's point, we have to say it proper or it will ignite.
All right, I just want to make sure I understand the difference between the two and what's the relevance of the increase versus the transfer. Got you.
All right. And once again, more kudos to Councilwoman Cobble. This is the type of stuff, information that we need to make sure that everyone is clear, so that when you talk to your constituents about it and they start, going on and on, Councilman Turner, this is, I knew it, it was bound to happen. You're going to raise my taxes, then you can explain everything. Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't run into that. Okay.
All right.
And if I could just top that off by saying, we've had a increase in most of the assessments, so we'll get blamed for that.
Oh yeah. So if you go back and look at the 5-year, the numbers that our tax digest has gone up considerably every single year. And if you look at over 2017, we first started, that's a $500 million in tax in property value.
Now, I'm
just
saying
for
that,
Stonecrest. So
I'm just saying that I just received my tax assessment, and I think most of the South DeKalb had a bump up in terms of our property value, which means they'll pay more taxes. But
correct.
you can blame it on us.
Which is a good thing.
Yes.
We are raising your property value. One last thing I wanted to touch on, and this is very important. We want to make sure that we provide the public an opportunity to actually have the full feel of a public hearing. And we wanted to go one step further than being able to just send in an email message to the clerk if you had any comments about it. So we wanted to conduct a public hearing using Zoom like we're doing now, so that the mayor and council, you guys can properly participate in this public hearing, but at the safety of your homes. We also wanted to make sure, City Hall staff would be able to participate. And actually, we're going to have the public hearing in our council chambers. So some of the City Hall staff will actually be present in City Hall chambers for this to happen. Wanted our city attorney and their staff to be able to attend via Zoom. But most importantly, we wanted our residents and our business folks that wanted to participate, give them the option to either participate virtually by sending in their email messages, or if they just wanted to come and stand before, come to City Hall, to the council chambers and participate, that they can do that in person. The public hearing will also be broadcast using our YouTube Live. And the way we're going to do this is, if you want to do this virtually, like folks are doing now, you can submit your comments to the city clerk via email at least 1 hour prior to the advertised public hearing time. And the clerk will then read the first 3 minutes of each public comment into the record during the public hearing. If you decide to attend in person, you'll come to City Hall, as you normally do. But what we'll do is we'll have all of our speakers socially distanced in the hallway outside of the council chambers. So no one will enter our council chambers. We will then be checking everyone's temperature. We have a digital thermometer, and making sure that everyone's temperature is below 100.4 degrees. Anybody whose temperature is above that will not be able to access the City Hall chambers. Each speaker will be granted access. We'll have a laptop set up that's running Zoom in the council chambers, and you'll go in and you'll give your 3 minutes in front of, and we'll have the clerk will be there timing it. And then after your 3 minutes, you'll be escorted from City Hall in order to minimize contact with the other speakers. When we do that, we'll also disinfect the area in the council chambers where our visitors will be coming in between each visitor. So we're just going to be doing everything we can to minimize the opportunity to spread the COVID-19 in our community. As the mayor stated earlier, we are still dealing with this pandemic, and we really need to do everything we can to make sure that we provide a safe environment for our constituents. Okay. Does anyone have any other questions or any concerns or anything?
Can you send this presentation to us?
Yes, right after this meeting, I'll send both presentations to the council, to the mayor and council, and after I'll reach out to all of you beginning tomorrow, and then we'll post this onto our website as well.
Mr. Joyner. Mr. Joyner?
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Just very quickly, given the sensitivity regarding in and around increase, no increase, I think it would be helpful for us to include in the IGA or any communication with the tax commissioner that the county rate will not be assessed in 2020. So in other words, it would be clear that the rate, that our millage rate will be imposed and the county's rate will be withdrawn. I think that would be helpful in the IGA document or any communication that we have with the tax commission.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we'll spend some time speaking with our attorneys that are working on the IGA and make sure that we have that language included as well. Okay.
Liz, quick question on that same subject, really quickly. Do we craft the language for the notification, for the advertisement rather?
Yeah, it's basically a boilerplate.
It's already a template.
Attorney Matricardi, you can help me out with that.
There's a statutory template, and you can differ from it a little bit if you're explaining the tax increase. So I've already went ahead and drafted it, and in the notice, it explains that this will replace DeKalb County's previous mill rate.
Okay.
And so it's though it says notice of tax increase, because it's statutorily required to say that, it gives a good explanation, and I think it makes it clear that technically your taxes won't be increasing.
Okay, all right. That was gonna be my question.
Attorney, are you permitted to put /transfer just like it is in here versus just leaving the language as increase?
So the only leeway you really have for that public notice is to explain the increase. So we can't change the statutory language. It has to say.
Can we put in all caps, it is not a real increase, please? I mean, eyes or something, because this is gonna be, okay. I just don't want, I mean, we have a pandemic already. We don't need a tax increase pandemic. So I just want us to be very, very thoughtful and considerate about, we may understand it, but when our constituents get it and it's the first thing that they get, first time that they've seen it, it is going to cause some alarm. So I just wanted to make sure that we've done every single thing that we can do in our communication with our constituents, that it is not an actual tax increase, that it is a transfer. So I'll leave that up to the people who make more than me. Thank you.
And you'll be sending us that boilerplate or that template? Will we be receiving that?
Of the advertisement?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I can send that as well.
All right.
All righty. Actually, believe it or not, this is the last slide. So, I really do appreciate everybody's patience. I know this was a bit of a slog here to get through it, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Adrian, I need to pass this back to you, right?
Yes.
Uh-oh. And where do I go to? Oh, okay.
It goes my name and then you'll see more. Also, Clay, if you can send me that package as well. I'm working on the press release now. I noticed you had that going out tomorrow. So I should have that done by tonight.
Okay, this thing keeps saying when I go to more, it says rename.
If going by my name, next to my name is more.
Okay, I make you the. I don't unmake me the host.
Okay, yeah,
you the host. I think you're now. You should be the host now.
You guys need some help?
Nope. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Thank you. Pleasure to hear what I was saying about the package.
Yeah. We can talk about that offline. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. We're good, Mr. Jonah?
All good.
All right. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work, you and the gentleman, with regards to these numbers and how we've been working on this for some years now, and it's finally it's finally coming to be. We're going to move to the Stonecrest Parks and Recreation update, but I'm going to jump to Southeast Athletic Complex upgrade opportunity first. We're going to go there first.
Okay. Actually, I want to introduce Brandon Riley. Has been working with a group called the Men's Senior Baseball League, and Brandon and Sean. So Brandon, if you would introduce the folks that are here on the phone, and once again, in interest of time, I hate to rush anybody, but we still got considerable amount of business to attend to. But I really do want to welcome the group that's come here to talk to us about an opportunity that came for our Parks and Rec department. Okay, Mr. Riley, it's all yours.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Joyner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me, and thank you to our guests for being patient and just sitting through this so we can be prepared for the next meeting. So once again, we do have an opportunity in place for our Southeast Athletic Complex. We have a league called the Men's Senior Baseball League, which consists of 30 and up baseball. And they have presented us, the Parks and Rec Department, with an opportunity to help expand and help redesign our baseball fields out there at Southeast Athletic Complex. Now, the good thing about this is three individuals that consist of three different entities. And I'll introduce each individual about which has their particular skill set. So we have Mr. Tim Garrett in place, who is the president of the Men's Senior Baseball League chapter for the City of Atlanta, which he has a 400-man league that consists of players from all over the City of Atlanta that would like to come to our facility and utilize our fields to play baseball and extend our parks and extend our fields from our fencing to our backstop to making our fields look pretty much elaborate, look like world-class baseball fields in our footprint, which is something that is a step forward for our city. As we're continuing to grow, we are bringing in a lot of interest from individuals to help develop. Also, we have Mr. Marquise Grissom, who really needs no introduction, but he is a former Atlanta Braves All-Star. If you don't know him, he was the center fielder for the Atlanta Braves, but he also is a partner with this particular program. But his entity is pretty much consists of a youth development, which he has a youth development program, which he can help develop our young minority kids that are interested in baseball. I am a former baseball player. I went to school to play baseball. I ended up going to college to play baseball. So I think he brings a great element to our city in which we're bringing baseball back into the community because I think that is a very profitable profession. And I think it's a great idea for our kids to continue to take part and also have interest in with the Major League Baseball players and his partnerships. Another partner that's connected to this particular program is Antonio Grissom, who is the brother of Marquise Grissom. And Mr. Grissom is also the head men's baseball coach for Morehouse College. And so I know that it has been brought to our attention that they usually play their home games 60 miles out away from their school. And so if we're able to build out this location and make elaborate fields, this can also be the home of a Morehouse baseball program in which we can continue to provide opportunities and also just continue to bring in a fan base as we're bringing in colleges and semi-pro baseball teams and semi-professional basketball teams. It will be an opportunity for tourism and people to come to the city and utilize our great city. And finally, I think this is just an opportunity to really bring in economic development for the city. Once these fields are built, they can definitely provide thousands of visitors to come to our city and also perhaps stay in our hotels, stay in our restaurants. So I think it all adds up in one. But I'm not going to speak no more onto this. I'm going to allow Tim Garrett to speak on this. I know he's been waiting to speak talk about his particular program, and we wanted to bring this to the council and the mayor's attention so that if this is something that you all are interested in, then definitely listen to Mr. Garrett and see and ask as many questions as you need to ask so that we can be prepared to have and build out for Stonecrest. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Mayor, for having me. Thank you, Mr. Joyner, City Council, for having myself, Marquise, and Antonio before you guys tonight. It's been a long road. We started this process back with Sean De Palma and Brandon, and I wanted to say, first of all, congratulations to you, Brandon. Well deserved. And I told the mayor this on our last meeting that dealing with Sean and Brandon has been it's been smooth, and these guys are quality guys that you have there in Stonecrest in your Parks and Rec. And it's been a pleasure working with both these guys. And I hate that you're losing Sean, but you definitely got a good man there in Brandon that's going to step up and replace him. So congratulations to you, Brandon. Like you said, my name's Tim Garrett. I'm the president of AAMSBL, which is the local chapter of MSBL, which is a national organization that has thousands of teams and 10,000s of men from 18 and over up to 65 and older that play baseball. And we are just a local chapter of MSBL. And like Brandon said, we have close to 400 members, 20 something teams that play just in our specific particular league. But in the Atlanta metro area, there's close to 100 MSBL teams ranging from 18 to 65. So I got elected president in November. My first agenda was that we play in mostly private Christian high schools. And that's another thing that I like to just kind of stop for a second. I was a captain for the Atlanta Fire Department for 30 years. I sit on many city council meetings, budget meetings, and I've never seen the words Christian values brought up in a city council meeting and community more than it was tonight. So that blows me away. So that's to be, as a Christian and hearing that means something. So, obviously you've got good people there in charge there in Stonecrest with the right values that care about community. And so I think that's kind of what drew us to that area, is that we're a community, we're a community-based organization, and it was important for us to change our model from Christian private high schools to a complex where we could find ourselves playing all of our games all in one location at a quality location. And everything led us to Stonecrest. It was an easy conversation with Sean to start off because he's from Fort Myers in Florida, where Roy Hobbs is the base, which is kind of the brother to MSBL. So we had some really, the conversations were easy and he understand what we were trying to do. And so, we identified Stonecrest. There's a lot of places in Atlanta we could have fell, but we decided, Stonecrest is where we want to be. We want to pour into that community. We see a need there. And so, yeah, it was a logical place for us to fall. I'm a DeKalb County guy. I grew up in DeKalb County, not too far from there, over in the kind of the Decatur Tucker area. So I'm a DeKalb County guy, and so it was a real logical, makes sense kind of a thing for us to identify Stonecrest as where we wanted to be. And the footprint of Southeast was kind of everything we were looking for. You know, really everything's in place. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit and upgraded. But we feel that along with you guys, that we can turn Stonecrest into an incredible baseball complex that just doesn't serve MSBL, or, you know, you'll hear from Marquise and Antonio in a minute, but the community. And that's really what we're about. We've tied ourselves to the Brian Jordan Foundation, which is literacy for second and third graders. That's our charity that we're pouring into. So yeah, I mean, this has been a long road to get here, and we, you know, I've for the last, I guess, since November, you know, I think I've probably made a couple of dozen trips to Southeast to meet guys out there to go over what it would take to turn this softball complex really into an immaculate, really a nationwide known facility that's going to bring baseball all over the nation to Stonecrest, and that's what we see happening. And so along the way, we have along this whole journey, we've partnered with Marquise. He kind of came into the picture, and him and Antonio and himself have a desire to be in that area. And so, you know, the word partnership has been used a lot tonight, but there's a partnership here between MGBA, which is Marquise Grissom Baseball Association, and MSBL. And we want to come into Stonecrest, and we want to do some amazing things for that community. And it all centers around developing Southeast into a premier baseball complex. And so that's kind of what, you know, we could talk for a long time about it, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it is. MSBL wants to come into Stonecrest, bring our league into there, which consists of hundreds of members and you know, close to 100 teams that would play ball there at Stonecrest, and bring national tournaments into Stonecrest. So we just see it a win-win. We see it a win for us. We get to play at one location, and we see it a win for Stonecrest. A lot of economic impact. You know, and then what we bring to the community, we also see a lot of value in that. So that's where we are. And, you know, I know Marquise wants to talk to you guys and Antonio and tell you what they're bringing to the table as a part of this deal. So Brandon, I'll give it back to you, and council, City Council, if you got any questions, I'm here. I can answer anything that you'd like to ask me.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. So I guess I'll open up the floor to council if you have any questions, and so that we can kind of see if this is something that you might have any interest to perhaps move forward with.
Mr. Raleigh, how many fields are we talking about?
So currently we have a total of 5 fields in that pinwheel area. And so they're currently at this time softball fields, but if we were to create a baseball complex, we would need to push those fields out to make them regulation for particular baseball teams, and also for any specialized tournaments that we're looking to have for the city. But we have.
Are we just looking? I'm sorry. Are we just looking at doing baseball? There's no soccer, any other type of sports?
We still have our soccer leagues and our football leagues and our kickball leagues still in that particular complex. This particular program is solely just for our baseball league. And so we were looking to build out down the road, but if this is something that you want to just kind of build right now and really upgrade those fields, this is a good start for it.
And it won't affect the baseball and it won't affect the football and the soccer and the other fields?
Well, no, at this time, it will not affect the baseball or any of the other fields. Now I know that there is another field that Tim has brought to our attention to perhaps expand on, but we can definitely have more conversation on that. But that does fall into one of the soccer fields that soccer programs, attack soccer, which we would definitely have to look into seeing about if you had an interest in expanding that field out, seeing about if we need to adjust those different places, those different teams.
All right, thank you.
Brandon, how many teams, I know we have Tribe, and we have our Browns Mill League. How many teams play at Southeast now that I guess maybe will not be able to play in the future at Southeast?
So the deal was with our tribe, the tribe has 12 teams inside, 12 youth development teams. That was the agreement as far as for MSBL or anybody in this particular, anybody in this entity to come into the park, they would have to accept the tribe as the team that you would have to partner with as far as utilizing the time and utilizing the space on that field. Now, as far as any other, we have other vendors out there, such as other softball teams and other, and maybe perhaps a kickball team, which we can perhaps push out to some of the football field space, because kickball can definitely be utilized on the football field space. That's pretty much like two softball programs that we'll probably have to look into relocating.
Hey, can I speak to that for a second, Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your question, Councilman, was about the tribe particularly, and that was brought up like from the get-go, like for the very first day that we had these conversations. That's something that's dear to Brandon and Sean, and they said that, you know, whatever's being done has got to be done with the consideration for the tribe and the, I mean, that's their home kind of. So, right. And we're going to do that. We're going to you know, MSBL would love to adopt them and do what we could do to grow them, definitely make space for them, whatever they need. We're going to accommodate them. They're not going to be playing on dirt infields anymore. They're going to be playing on incredible quality baseball fields, and we're going to make any adjustment that we've got to make. We're going to make it for them, and it won't be an adjustment. I mean, they're going to be a part of everything that we do. We've already decided that from the get-go. That was the conversations we had with Brian and Sean, and that's one of the things that they brought to the table, and we completely agree. That's community to us, and they're your Stonecrest team, and we want to see them be successful and want to pour into them.
Great, it's good to hear. I'd like to know that you're having those conversations with the tribe, as they are near and dear to our hearts, along with our Browns Mill teams. But just contractually, I was curious about the other, like you said, the softball teams that we've gone into contract with to use those fields. I know scheduling, although baseball season is long, my son plays baseball at Browns Mill, and kids games are even longer. There was a lot, Brandon can appreciate that, there was a lot of conversation around that topic and associations at Browns Mill when we first pulled parks along as a service. So I'd like to know that, you know, we won't have presentations at council meetings where there's other teams and clubs coming and saying, you kicked us out. So it's good to hear that you've at least begun to have those considerations for the tribe, and be great to hear that you've been able to have a sit down with them and all is well and happy in the family.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually had conversations with their coach on the phone. We haven't had sit downs, but Brandon has, we've three-wayed, we've done some conference calls and continue to want to have we want to go those further. What is his needs, and we want to help him. We really do. That's just something I'm just trying to tell you. We want to help those guys, and we want to make that complex incredible for them, and we want to pour into them.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Definitely, like I said, based off of just the recommendation of Sean and myself, youth sports will not be going anywhere as it pertains to the city of Stonecrest. So if there are youth sports on that property or any other property, we want to make sure that is always a priority for our department over anything. So thank you for bringing that up.
And Brandon, it may not be the perfect place to ask this question, but what kind of investment is being made dollar-wise into making this the hot spot? And I know that's not coming from the city of Stonecrest, but I'm just interested in, because I'm a baseball mama. My son went to school, scholarship changed from being outfielder to catcher and got a whatever. But anyway, I'm just interested in what kind of investment are you talking? Because if you're putting your money where your mouth is, that means you're not going to go anywhere. So I want to make sure that I don't get excited about the complex and then okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think that's yes, ma'am. That's always been a major topic, and I'm sure Mr. Joyner can definitely back me up on this. But that's where we are allowing you all to kind of look into it as a question. But I know one thing that MSBL will provide for us is they have a skill set of trade workers that can also help build out the facility. They were talking about each field would cost around $37,000 per field to do any kind of laser upgrade, grass treatment, field expansion, fencing, netting, for a total of 5 fields. And so we're also looking at perhaps building out any batting cages or any kind of infrastructure on that property, which can run you about $300,000. And so that's why we're trying to kind of come to an agreement, and that's why we're in these conversations now. And I'll go ahead and allow Mr. Tim to kind of speak on that behalf.
Yes, so I didn't know we were going to talk about money tonight, but you know, I've been out there, like I said, a couple of dozen times. I've almost feel like a Stonecrest employee. Sean has kind of tasked me with meeting contractors and receiving bids and all that kind of stuff, and we have done that. And plus, Deputy Joyner has all of that information, and he'll share it with you. But we've got bids from not just one bid, but many bids on what it would take, and not just to turn it into a little rec park, but a national, something that Perfect Game and U-Trip and whoever is going to wants to come here and play baseball. It's going to be an incredible facility, not just average. It's going to be incredible. Along this way, we've involved the Gwinnett Stripers and McLean Murphy, who is their turf manager, who runs their field operations for them. He's been out there at the complex. He's walked it. He's been an advisor. He's actually sent us his people that he uses to do everything at Coolray Field. Those are the guys that have been out to Stonecrest, that have walked the facility and advised us on everything. And these guys are like deep into this. They're the go-to guys for the nation. And so we've got guys out there that are really quality guys. And as far as money, when you get down to money, you know, all of those bids, all of that stuff that I've done, you know, I've packaged it up and sent it to Deputy Joyner, and he can share all that stuff with you when you guys have a sit down and go into more depth about this. But he has all of that. And like Brandon says, we have 400 skilled members that are part of MSBL that are going to also, you know, put boots to the ground and get your knees and your hands dirty and turn this something into something special, not just for MSBL, but for the city of Stonecrest.
And I know, Councilwoman Cobble, you asked about the youth development. I wanted to kind of have Mr. Marquise Grissom kind of speak on that behalf, because even though we're talking about the tribe, we're also talking about bringing in youth programming to the city of Stonecrest to bring more awareness of baseball throughout the community, because it has kind of faded away. And so, Mr. Grissom, go ahead and speak on your behalf.
Thank you, Brandon. Also, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Councilwoman, Councilman. Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving us this great opportunity this evening. Again, for you guys who probably don't know, I'm Marquise Grissom, former Major League player. He ended up playing about 17 years in the major leagues. And during that time, I kind of had an idea what I wanted to do, you know, after retirement. That was to come back and help and serve the community, you know, here in Atlanta, Georgia. And shortly after retiring in 2006, I started MGBA, the Marquise Grissom Baseball Association. And this was a unique opportunity for me to get into youth space because of me knowing a little baseball and experiencing a little baseball, knew where the game was changing and going into a different direction. So I wanted to reach out and give back and really help and educate the parent and the kid on the state of baseball. And as we know, and as we've seen over the years, we've seen that baseball has changed. So we jumped into youth space, and I wanted to reach out and really educate the kids. So we started a tutorial program, which focused on SAT prep, math and language arts. We have a financial literacy program, which we've been through BB&T and PNC Banking, Georgia's Own Credit Union. And we have a career development program, which we visit Georgia Power, AT&T, Chick-fil-A, Coca-Cola. So we know all the kids that play baseball that they have to go through school. They have to get an education. They have to graduate from high school and go on to college. That is our goal. That is our mission. We're not trying to create a Major League Baseball player. We all know how difficult that is. And as I preach to the kids and the parents all the time, it's almost like you have a better chance of winning the lottery than making it to the major leagues. But we can be productive citizens, and we can be good and great high school baseball players, good college players, and carry on and so forth. So we've been in existence now 14 years. We just passed the $3.5 million mark in scholarship dollars over 14 years. Over 461 kids have attended college through the program. And we have a 99% graduation rate from high school, out of high school. And we have an 89 college placement rate, 89% college placement rate from high school to college. So we've been in this space pretty much developing and loving the kids and putting our arms around the kid and make sure that they get in high school education and that they graduate from high school and hopefully go on to college. So that's been our mission over the last 14 years. And we pride ourselves on what we do. And Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, it was great hearing you talk about the love and the compassion and the unity that you have at the City of Stonecrest, because me and my brother Antonio, we come from 15 kids, and we the last 2 out of 15. And when we took on this journey, we knew what we were up against. We kind of knew what we wanted to do in that space. And we reached out to the Atlanta Braves, who we're partnering with. Hopefully we'll run RBI this year through the Atlanta Braves. We partnered with MLB, Major League Baseball, and we partnered with Major League Baseball Players Association to really get involved with kids around the United States. So we have access to USSSA, USSSA Baseball, who has 4.5 million members playing sports through their organization, and through the Players Association. So we have a great joint venture there, and we have access to Perfect Game. So we've been in the tournament space for probably 16 years. Some of you guys may remember the Smokes, Grist, and Whitback Classic. We did that for about 16 years, John Smokes and myself in the city of Fulton County. And hopefully we want to bring that back and give those kids that's in that rec ball space an opportunity to play in some real good tournaments. Not only that, I think from our experience over the last 14 years, and we trust and we believe in what we're doing, that we're ahead of the game. I think we're in that development space, but technology-wise, that's on down the road for us to get to that next level, because that's where the game is going. And hopefully we can catch up. But for our kids in our community, City of Stonecrest, the state of Georgia, is really to be in that development space to get these kids to really learn the game and get the baseball IQ up. And not only that, going deeper into that, into the rec ball league, bringing it back with quality coaches and quality players. And I think if we're going to make a dent in the game of baseball, especially with the African-American player, that's where we have to start. So again, we've been in this space for 14 years now, and it's been a great run. And I think we can package up what we do and take it anywhere. But I would love to get that opportunity to get to Stonecrest and give those kids really the best baseball program in the country. And I know with what Tim and myself was talking about trying to do there with 4 to 5 fields and possibly expanding over the years and going to a whole nother level is something that could be done with that great partnership. So I'm going to turn it over to my brother Antonio. That's just a little bit of what we've been doing over the last 14 years. That's a little bit what I'm about, and I'm all about development. And I don't want to get that mistaken on winning games and playing tournaments. I'm all about developing the kid and the community. So, and Antonio, if you would, please, could you elaborate a little bit on where we're going and what we've been doing? Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
Again, thank everybody for having us. My name is Antonio Grissom. I am
You're a little choppy.
Got a bad connection.
Morehouse I also helped my brother in his program in the right direction. The biggest thing.
Sorry, yeah, he
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you?
We can hear you. Now we don't hear you.
Sorry about that. Now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
The biggest thing is bad. Can you hear me?
That's too close.
Yeah, we've been hearing you.
Oh, okay. The biggest thing I want to talk about was just the development piece that we're trying to bring out to Stonecrest. And it's not just for the kids at Southeast, but it's for all the kids in the city of Stonecrest. I think that's going to be a game changer. I think Stonecrest could be a destination place where people come to, when we do have tournaments. If the facilities are nice, man, this is a great opportunity for Stonecrest to have something that's second to none. But just the biggest thing is talking about the development piece that we're trying to bring out for these kids. I taught school in DeKalb County for 7 years, so I'm real familiar with the kids and landscape out in DeKalb County. And we have more African-American kids playing baseball in DeKalb County than anywhere. I also scouted for 7 years for the Chicago Cubs. So when I speak about numbers and where our kids are playing at, I've traveled a lot seeing where our kids are playing at. And DeKalb County is a hotbed for our African-American kids playing baseball. So this is a great opportunity for the city of Stonecrest.
Thank you, Mr. Grissman. So just to kind of finish off on this particular meeting, but this is a great opportunity to initiate healthy lifestyles, character and leadership, and academic success for our youth development. But what's really important is that we're very much invested into trying to provide resources for our young minority kids in our community. Because a lot of times kids aren't successful because they couldn't do it. It's just success because they didn't have the resources. What we're doing now is we're trying to bring that resources into our community instead of having to go out to Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Rockdale County. We want them to come see us and then utilize our facilities and utilize our restaurants and utilize our hotels, which would be great for our economy. So I want to say thank you all thank you guys for coming to this. And
I just have one question, Brandon.
Yes.
Brandon, I just have one question. What's the timeline for this program? What's the timeline for getting it started and established?
Go ahead, Tim. I'll go ahead and let you answer that one.
Well, I think that's up to you guys. We like to break ground tomorrow. we like to break ground tomorrow, and do a big ribbon cutting next February of 2021, and have this thing opened up by March of 2021, and playing baseball and touching lives, really.
Great.
I'll tell you what I think we should do, Council. First of all, Grissom, you and your team, your brother, Mr. Garrett, everybody, Ben. Thank y'all for having the patience to let us get to this point, because man, this is just city government. Anything can happen when it starts. Anything can happen when it starts. But here's what I want to tell Council. Not only is this a great opportunity for youth, not only is it a great opportunity for us partnering with some real pros. And, Marquise, man, I watched you for years, bro. So it's like we've had a couple of meetings before, Council, where I've had to admit that I sat the bench more than my share. But you can learn something sitting down, let me tell you. You can learn something on the bench.
I hear you.
So with that, I know how to sell this stuff. I know how to sell this environment. And not only I know how to do it, I got two of the best people on the planet that's on this call right now in Will Settle and Clarence Boone. Because we're already at that tourism piece. We're already at companies we're dealing with, like, Visit Us Georgia and some other stuff that Clarence and I are working on, bringing the masses here. where this makes a great partnership at is that we have the same community goals that you guys have. And but you bring a brand, we bring facility. Council, give us permission to staff to dig deeper on this and make a partnership, find out what the budget is, what it takes, and let's put this thing together and cut this ribbon in February. That's what I want to do, and I'll take comment.
Well, you definitely read my mind, because that was my next question for Mr. Garrett. Was who have we, or I guess Brandon, one of you, who's responsible in this partnership once you make this wonderful investment into our fields? After the initial investment, which entity is responsible for maintaining the fields and the facilities that you bring in? And then I'm assuming that, Brandon, we're going to have a contractual agreement. So if we can get our hands on that, we'd definitely like to review that. But you can take that first question, Mr. Garrett.
Tell me what that very first question was again.
Well, after the initial investment,
One second, Councilwoman.
I think we I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, because I want to make sure we're on the right track.
Sure.
Because what you asked, Councilwoman, and what they presented may be different. So, so let me be quiet and let Tim speak from here.
Well, I think that's a partnership. That's a partnership that'll be developed between that office over there and MSBL and MGBA. Something we'll collaborate on together and make that happen together. What that looks like, we're going to sit down and talk about it. But I see it as a collaborative effort to between all three of us, all three entities, really all four entities, because I don't know if you got to hear much from Antonio, but man, he brings so much to the table as the head baseball coach over at Morehouse College. He's an amazing guy. He brings all kinds of stuff to the table. So when we say it's really, four entities, if you, I know Marquise and Antonio, they're attached at the hip and they come together, but Antonio on himself brings a lot to the table also. So between all four of us, Stonecrest, MSBL, MGBA, and what Antonio's bringing, as far as Morehouse and other stuff he brings to the table, it's a collaborative effort, and whatever, and we're going to do it together, and it's going to be successful. I promise you.
And just to answer your question, Councilwoman, MSBL, if we were to partner with MSBL, they will definitely help maintain those fields, given the fact that they have skill sets that will be attached to this particular project. That they'll definitely make sure that we're keeping those fields upgraded and keeping them maintained to that capacity.
Okay. So does that carry over to, I guess, the initial upgrade as well? So are we partnering? And I don't know how long you've been on the call, but if you notice, I asked a lot of questions about numbers.
Sure.
Are we partnering with the initial investment to upgrade in addition to partnership for the ongoing maintenance? Are we partnering from beginning to end, or are we accepting the initial investment and then picking up the financial, and when I say partner, I mean in numbers this time, and then picking up the financial partnering to maintain?
You're asking me, Councilman?
Anybody, somebody.
Well, the way I see it is that, like you said it a minute ago, there's a contract. There's something that's going to go on between MSBL, MGBA, and Stonecrest. And we got to sit down and talk about what that looks like. And that's very doable. But as far as initial investment, we're bringing some stuff to the table, and you guys are bringing some stuff to the table, and we're all going to work on it together. And like I see the whole entire picture throughout the whole, however long we do this, 15, 20, 30 years, this agreement that we have, it's going to be a collaborative effort between all four of us to make this thing, a success. I don't think we can do it without each other. I think it's got to be something we share.
But I'm pretty sure that once we establish a contract, Mr. Joyner would definitely bring it to the council, mayor and council, to negotiate so that we can come to some agreement that involves the community, MSBL, and also involves the city.
Awesome. Yep. No, that's good. You gave me a general idea of what we're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All hearts and minds clear? All right. I'm certainly Happy to hear that somebody's got a future football player in the background. And, and it's all good. That's good. That's good. So, Brandon, great job. Sean, if you're still on, we can catch up with you. Great job in putting this particular piece together for mayor and council to work on. And Mr. Riley, you and I, Mr. Joyner, we'll get with Mr. Garrett and the rest of the team with Mr. Grissom's, and we're gonna put this together and we'll get it to council.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you so much for your time, guys. We appreciate so much you guys having us here, and look forward to the next step, Mayor.
Same here. Benjamin, good seeing you, brother.
Good seeing you guys.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank
you, Sean. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Looking forward to the opportunity.
Excellent.
Take care. Take care.
All right. Let's see here. We're going to go straight to the public hearing. If I understood my note correctly, we'll cover Mr. Riley. We'll cover facilities in Everett Park at another time. We've kept some other folks, if that's okay with you.
If it's like says Mr. Joyner, if you have any other questions, that's fine. I know we had some questions in regards to some facilities that we definitely want to address. Kind of dire need in regards to like aquatics. What's the status on the aquatics facility and whatnot? But if you wish to move forward, just let me know.
Yeah, we'll take it. Even if we have to take it offline with council, we'll do it.
Okay.
I want to thank Attorney Battle and her clients for their indulgence and their patience, and we'll move from there. So, Mr. Wheeler, you're on deck.
I need to share my screen, so just okay.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay.
Like you're the host now, Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Can everybody see my PowerPoint?
Yep, I can. Can everybody? Okay. Good. I guess if I can see it, everybody can see it.
Okay. So in the try to kind of not speed through this, but trying to move quickly. The first case this evening is RZ-20-001. The applicant is Blue Ridge Atlantic Development. The applicant is looking to rezone 5.63 acres. The addresses are 6086, 61 Hillendale Drive. The applicant is requesting to rezone from MR1 to MR2 to develop 120 units of workforce housing at a density of 21 units per acre. Some general information regarding the property. Again, the property is zoned MR1, medium density residential. The future land use character for this property is office professional. Some of the policies for the area is to focus, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Some of the policies for the area is to focus high density redevelopment along major transportation corridors in areas with alternate transit options to create a compact mixed use development and reduce automobile dependency and travel to obtain basic services. The surrounding uses are residential and institutional. The surrounding zoning is MR1 and M for light industrial. So I'm going to take a moment and again and state that this application was actually heard in March 10th of this year, but due to COVID-19, it's been pushed all the way to now. So that's why you're just now hearing this, because again, it was heard the same week that City Hall was shut down. Background information regarding the properties is maintained this current zoning classification of MR1 since the formation of the City of Stonecrest per DeKalb County zoning case Z-86017. The properties are currently undeveloped. The topography can be characterized as being even throughout, and the property also has a mixture of hardwoods and mature pines on the property. What you're seeing right now is the current zoning map. As you can see, the properties are zoned MR1, with many of the surrounding properties located to the north and northeast of the property, and located to the southwest and west of the property is light industrial. Again, this is the future land use map. As again, the pink represents the office professional. Located to the north and northeast of the property is urban neighborhood, and located to the south is city center. This is the aerial map of the subject property. I will go in detail with the surrounding uses and surrounding properties around it, explain if this property is in compliance with the zoning ordinance and with the future land use comprehensive plan. This is the conceptual site plan which the applicant has submitted to city staff. Again, the applicant is looking to develop 120 units of workforce housing. The applicant plans on doing 24 units per building, which it has it should have 5 buildings, as you can see. The buildings will be a maximum of 3 stories. The architectural makeup of the buildings would be hardy board for accents, which would be stone or brick veneer for the main composition of the property. As part of a workforce housing, the applicant plans on partnering with community providers to provide certain services to the residents, including but not limited, such as financial literacy program, first-time home buyers class, as well as ready school programs for the residents in the facility. Also, some of the amenities which the applicant is going to provide is not limited to fitness center, business center, pool, a dog park, a playground, and a grilling and patio area for the residents. These are the standards of review. The applicant, again, so to be clear, the applicant is asking to change the future land use character area from from office professional to urban neighborhood. So the applicant has to go by these standards of review for land use as well as zoning. Again, the applicant is asking to change the future land use character area from office professional to urban neighborhood, and change it from the zoning from MR1 to MR2. Since the standards are pretty much very similar to each other, in the name of saving people time, I'm just going to focus on just the zoning review. All my answers are pretty much still the same for the land use and for the zoning portion of the review. The zoning permits a use that's suitable in view, use and development. Sorry, I'm too fast. Let me go back. Located to the, which I'm sorry, my circle didn't pop up, but the arrow is pointing to Bella Vista Apartments. They have it's a multifamily apartment complex. They are at 12 units per acre. Located, the circle just popped up now, is actually Brightstone Senior Housing Apartments for senior citizens. They have 25 units per acre. Just popped up right now is the Hillendale Medical Center. Let's circle right there is the gas station. Located right there is the Hillendale Dialysis Center. And then located right here to the west of the subject property is the Somerset condominiums, which they're at 15 units per acre. The zoning review conformity with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan. The subject property is located within the office professional character area of the Stonecrest comprehensive plan. The character area can support multifamily developments. Staff believes that the proposed zoning change and development of residential development would be in keeping with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan. If the city council approves the land use change from office professional to urban neighborhood, as you can see, that it would be just like the other surrounding multifamily homes within the area. They're going to be just in line with all the other multifamily homes from going from office professional to urban neighborhood. Zoning review. This property has reasonable economic use? Yes, it does. At MR1, they could build single-family homes and multifamily homes at this current zoning classification. The minimum density for that property for this current classification is 8 units per acre with a maximum of 12. Are there any environmental historical sites on the property? No, there are not. Are there conditions either given approval? Are there conditions given either approval or disapproval? Staff believe there is existing conditions to recommend approval for the applicant. Because again, the applicant is just asking, is not changing the zoning classification, but only is not changing. Is not asking for a new zoning classification, but a classification that allows for a higher density to be allowed on the property. Affecting any existing use or usability of nearby properties. Again, staff believes that the applicant is going to develop a use that is very similar to the surrounding properties next to it. Excess use of streets and transportation. I'm sorry, that's misspelled transportation. I apologize. Utilities in school. Currently, staff believe that there will not be an excess use of streets or transportations or utilities with when the applicant develops out entirely. When it comes to school, the proposed number of students generated from the development will be 27. All the schools in the surrounding areas have the capacity to handle the additional schools, except for Stoneview Elementary, which is already over capacity. That would generate an extra 7 students after development is totally built out. Staff analysis is that we recommend approval of the RZ-20-001 with 8 following conditions. And the Planning Commission recommended the same thing, approval of RZ-20-001 with the following 8 conditions. The applicant is here to present. Do you have any questions of staff?
I have a question, Chris.
Yes.
I'm pulling my packet up because I thought that in our packet, your conditions, I thought I just saw a quick difference in the conditions that we received. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through the packet to get there. Can you bring back your PowerPoint?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That last slide.
I'm sorry, I just made Adrian the host again. I apologize.
I'll switch it. Hold on.
So I'll talk you through my question, this was the first question I had for sure is, at least in my packet, number 2, the condition is to the develop shall be limited to 12 units per acre.
That might be a typo. That it should have been 21 units per acre. Sometimes I have my little dyslexic moment. Sorry.
Okay, so what? Well, I guess maybe my question still is relevant. I'm going to ask it anyway. You just tell me if it is or not. If MR2 allows up to how many? 21 or 24? Because I think I saw a chart somewhere, and it's maybe in my email that said MR2 can allow up to 24. So is your condition limiting that to 21 versus 24?
Yes, I'm limiting up to 21 units per acre because that's what they're asking. That's what they need to meet their units. It's just asking for 21 units. Is whatever the applicant asks, and if I find to be in accordance with the zoning ordinance and comp plan, I cap it at 21. There's no need to go over that. From my standpoint, is you just give them what they ask, or you reduce it, never to give them more units than they ask for.
Okay. And then my other question was, in a previous slide or two, you were showing kind of what's surrounding this property. And you said that, go back one more. Oh, sorry, keep going. There we go. That the apartment complex is already there. I can't remember if you said Somerset was too, but you said they had 12 units per acre, and Somerset had how many per acre?
So Bella Vista has 12 units per acre. Somerset has 15 units per acre. The Brightstone Senior Housing has 25 units per acre.
Okay. So this would, considering that, this is one of them anyway, is a senior facility, a senior living facility. I'm kind of, I guess, moving that to the side for a second. The other apartment complexes that are not going to be specific to senior living do not have as many units per acre as the one that you've recommended here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Third and last question, I promise, at least for this go around, is our future land use designates this area as professional office.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're I guess recommending to deviate from that. I guess I'm asking kind of why ish.
Yes, ma'am. So I mean, so
kind of no
so
point to have that if we're going to go around it.
Well, so I mean, it's so at this point in time, so with the comprehensive plan, it's a plan. So honestly, so you can make changes to the plan, and honestly, the city it allows you to change the future land use designation because you have to balance what's actually out there, what's actually being able to develop, and what is best for the city. From my standpoint, the opportunity to have residents have an opportunity for a workforce housing right next to Emory Medical, right next to the hospital, along with the medical center and the dialysis center, it felt like that would be the best use of the property instead of office professional. Because again, it allows residents to work to be able to get to their workforce. I mean, to their working workplace without having to do any kind of hop in their vehicles, traffic, and so forth, as well as that this type of development is supported by a comprehensive plan as a policy, is that we should encourage this type of affordable housing within the city. So again, with being the proximity of being located to Emory Hospital and all other the medical industry and so forth, staff believe that this would be a better use than turning into just pretty much an office professional office park.
Gotcha. And I guess an extension of that same question is, so just building a property there and considering our future land use and our comp plan for affordable housing, and any kind of housing really to be specific. So we're already bringing density to a place that right now has none, at least on those parcels, right? It's just trees and whatnot now. So we're bringing density in anyway, but now we've agreed to almost double that density in an area that seems to have quite a bit in its own separate developments that are already there. So was there some consideration in that 12 units per acre brings density to a place that doesn't have it now, but doubling that brings even more to that cluster. And is that truly advantageous for the city to double that? I mean, we're still following suit with our comp plan, with our future land use map, and saying that this is the best use for this land by the development being there in general. Is doubling that density increasing that for us? Is that the same value for us? Seeing that we've checked all the boxes just by the project coming to that location.
I think it is at this current time because again, because how small the parcel is at this current time of being 5 units, and then just solely for just an office building to be there, and solely I do not think it's viable just to be an office park at this point in time, especially current zoning with MR1. You would have to rezone it to an office professional and then just try to develop into just a mini office park.
I follow you there.
Yeah,
and I follow you there. I mean, doubling the density.
I mean, with the density, I still think that it can be offset because of what type of housing it is. If it was just a straight apartment complex with that many density where folks were coming in and out, I would be concerned. But specifically, this type of housing is workforce housing and for the surrounding area, different work environment. So, from theoretically, you would think you would have less people driving, but more people walking to work instead of actually driving. And also the trip generation report they submitted as well didn't do over 100 trips per hour. I mean, during peak hour as well. So again, with that submittal, and then with the traffic capacity of the road, I think the density traffic generated from this project wouldn't be that bad. Even though again, it is a lot of people there, but I don't think it's going to be a detriment to the city as one will think it would be.
And we're definitely relating that the workforce development portion of this is going to directly affect the walkable corridor that's there. I mean, because obviously if we approve it and they don't work there and they are driving in and out, and one, will we ever know?
Well, I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, because you're trying to encourage a workplace node. Because again, it's the idea is you're in a node that is a medical node from that standpoint, where you have pretty much the hospital, you have teachers at the school, you have those who may be working at the dialysis clinic, or you may have somebody working at the medical clinic. Again, is to encourage these people to, instead of just driving your car, you can easily just walk to wherever you're going. I don't know how we would force them to do that, but that was the way that by allowing this type of development to happen there, that's what we're encouraging to do, is because you're in a node where you don't have to travel to different places all across the city. Those who are directly targeted, who work there, is the goal for that, is to work right, is to live right there and then walk to work and then come back home.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's great conceptually for sure. I think if that worked that way, that would be wonderful. Just thinking on the other side of that coin, if that didn't quite work out for those particular office buildings for people who will work there, that you have doubled the density and you've increased traffic because they are in workforce and they're going somewhere. They're just not, they're not working in a place that's walkable to that area. So I'm kind of just trying to think on both sides of the coin. If it worked out theoretically that they would work in these surrounding areas, wonderful. But if they don't, then we are increasing traffic. We're doubling the density in such a small 5-acre area. So we kind of have to, weigh both options, since we don't really know.
Councilman Cobble, I would say that's why you are a city council. Not you can make that decision.
So honored. Thank you.
Of figuring out if it's worth the effort or not as well. Again, theoretically and professionally, I think it would be a good pick for the city. But again, like I said, you guys will let me know if you think I am wrong or I'm correct. So,
Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. And if I did this wrong, I'm gonna stand corrected. We are in a public hearing, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am. You guys are. I mean, if you want to kind of hold off on asking questions,
we can open the public hearing. You're doing your staff report and then you ask.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
We can open the public hearing.
Yeah, we haven't opened the public hearing. Yes, I'm still there asking questions. Yes.
That was my question. So yes, I'm going to open the public hearing now.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have one more question. I have a question.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Is that okay? Or something?
Yes.
But you can. Oh, I just want to know about the sidewalks, and you talk about the walkability, but are there sidewalks there already, Chris?
No. So right now there's no sidewalks on part of the undeveloped part on the so on the undeveloped land. I don't think there is a sidewalk, but it's required. They have to have a sidewalk. And since we do take on public works, any other sidewalk we will be maintaining anyhow. There's actually another development coming right next to the property that we were requiring a sidewalk. So again, we're going to try to provide sidewalks for the residents so they can easily walk into from the development.
And they're also providing a deceleration lane. Am I correct, Chris?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a part of the conditions which Mr. Hildebrandt recommended, as well as a deceleration lane.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Before we go to public hearing, maybe I missed it, but this item was deferred from the last meeting until some things could be, certain conditions could be met. I'm assuming they have been met, but I just didn't hear it stated that those conditions have been met.
Yeah, so for the signing of waiving their in-person rights, the applicant did submit that. I apologize. I thought I forwarded that on to everybody, but I can forward that on to you right now. It's actually just sitting in my email. But the applicant did sign it and then was willing to have this public hearing instead of having it in person.
I just want you to state it on record, so.
Yes, sir.
It's been stated. Okay. Then I have comments, but I'll wait until the applicant presents.
Okay. I will stop sharing my screen and then.
This is, if I recall correctly, this is Council District 2?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Turner, you know our rule. You take the lead.
Well, we're going to open up on.
So, well, I'll open the hearing and then, you know, you control it.
Okay. All right.
So I'll take a motion to open public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we open public hearing.
All right. Properly moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Properly moved in second. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
Mayor. Aye. Public hearing is now open. Attorney Battle, you have the representation for the applicant.
Good evening, council members. Michele Battle with Battle Law, 1 West Court Square, Decatur, Georgia, 30030. I'm here representing the applicant. I do have the applicant is here with me today and available to answer questions, that being Chris Eisenzimmer, who you all have been dealing with up to this point on this particular application. In the interest of time, I'm not going to reiterate all the things that Chris had to say. I'm going to try and zoom in on a couple of issues that was raised by Councilmember Cobble. First and foremost, we are extremely excited about this particular project. We believe it is appropriate location, an appropriate place for what is being proposed. The truth of the matter is, with the exception of the senior housing project that's coming in, most of the apartment complexes that are along that Hill and Dale corridor are older complexes that were built 20, 30, 40 years ago. And recall that they are on much larger parcels, which much more urban sprawl. They are not necessarily efficient in any way, shape, or form from that perspective. They are simply apartment complexes that have been allowed to kind of function in the manner that they do without a tremendous amount of competition based on the fact that DeKalb County, after a while, put the kibosh on being able to do new apartments in particular areas. This particular area certainly is appropriate for the proposed rezoning based on the surrounding use at the hospital. We believe that this corridor could stand some additional competition, some units that will provide affordability for workforce individuals and have a quality building that will be able to stand the test of time, as these are buildings that will be built under the new zoning regulations, building ordinances, energy efficiency, all of those things which most of the apartment complexes in this area don't have. And then when we look at the land use, we know that the city has amended the land use plan to allow for the majority of the property that is surrounding this property on this side of the street is under the urban neighborhood. Well, urban neighborhood in and of itself allows for properties to be rezoned in a manner that is consistent with that land use designation, which means that as people are looking to hopefully redevelop their parcels, you will probably see over a period of time other developers come in needing some relief from the existing zoning ordinance. Land prices are more expensive now, and in order to be able to achieve the type of development that is wanted. In most instances, you're looking at more density, not less, on those types of properties. So this is a smaller, more compacted site, which is what is really in many ways fueling the need for the higher density. If we had the same amount of acreage, we would be, in the same position as those other communities, but we want to be competitive with those communities. We want to bring a quality product to these communities. Building prices, land prices, all of those things are exceedingly more expensive than they were 30 and 40 years ago when those other apartment complexes were built out. I'm going to hold any other comments and be here available to respond, but I'm going to let Chris put in anything he would like, but what we would really like is to hear if you all have any questions or comments for us so that we can be very pointed in our response and not simply take up a lot of time. We know that it is 10:30 at night, and I'm sure that you all have other things that you all need to do as well.
I got plenty more. I got plenty more.
I bet.
Christopher, how you doing, bro? He's on mute.
There we go. It wouldn't unmute for hearing us tonight. And obviously under these unusual circumstances, appreciate you guys accommodating us via Zoom. I'll be quick, just as Ms. Battle indicated. We are a economic and community development firm based in North Carolina. We also have a presence in the Seattle metro. We've developed approximately 150 of these properties, just like this, exact same model, all committed to workforce and senior housing. One of the questions that oftentimes gets asked is, what is workforce housing and what does that mean? We define it in our projects as safe, decent housing for individuals and families who are gainfully employed and make up to approximately $60,000. And so for DeKalb County purposes, if you look at examples, service industry workers, a starting salary for a DeKalb County police officer is $42,000. Starting salary for a DeKalb County fireman is $41,115. A teacher is just over $50,000, and a nursing assistant starts in the $12 to $21 per hour range. So each of those professionals would be, prime candidates for this type of development. All of our developments undergo stringent background checks. You have to have proof of income, et cetera, to, in order to live at these communities. One thing I wanted to quickly share with you, to Ms. Battle's point about increasing land costs, city growth, et cetera, is something that we have kind of called the afterthought effect. Obviously, during times of economic growth and expansion, land prices, construction prices, general living expenses increase rapidly. And as a result, one of the more feasible means of construction becomes quote unquote luxury apartments that typically have a floating population that move from apartment complex to apartment complex, city to city. The outcome is that your workforce of these various cities can no longer afford to live where they once lived and where they work, and they're commuting 30 minutes to an hour with limited access to public transportation, and or the majority of their income goes to housing expenses, and the disposable income becomes very limited. By the time you kind of realize that this is a problem, it's oftentimes too late from a recovery standpoint, and the problem continues to build. To the inverse, during times of economic downturn, as we're seeing right now, those that once lived in these luxury apartments oftentimes find themselves in need of lesser expensive housing options in order to remain in the existing cities where they're working. So at that juncture, workforce housing is a critical piece in the building blocks, creating long-term sustainable communities for growing cities. So to that effect, we really feel this community would have a great impact on the local economy of Stonecrest, provide for continued growth and success of Stonecrest. And hopefully we look forward to providing this great needed resource.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. I still have Attorney Denmark and Attorney Revolve. So, having said that, are we treating this the same way we would in person with Those that are wanting to speak for and those that are wanting to speak against?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what we're doing.
All right. Then since we are in the public hearing now as we sit, Madam Clerk, then I will take those that are speaking that would like to speak in opposition of the development.
Mayor, I have 2 public hearing responses. One is definitely for, and the other one is just asking questions. So I'm going to do the question ones first. Neither one of these are going to last more than 10 minutes, not even 2 minutes. So,
okay, let's go with that.
All right, Rob W. How would this development compare to the site that your company proposed for Chamblee, which will include fitness facilities, rooftop hangouts, and about 2,700 square feet of street level retail fronting? And he quoted that from atlantacurb.com. Will this be considered a mixed-use development that provides integrated retail locations that provide a work, live, and play concept that is truly benefiting other cities like Chamblee, Alpharetta, Atlanta, Dunwoody, Cumming, etc.?
That's the first person.
That's the first person.
Right.
And the second person is Maxine Williams. Greetings to Mayor Larry, council members, Rob Turner, my councilman, and citizens of our city, Stonecrest. I am Maxine D. Williams, and I'm 31-year resident of the Somerset condominium community. Let me simply share the growth and changes I've witnessed in the county. 2001, the Mall of Stonecrest. 2005, DeKalb Medical at Hillendale, which is now Emory at Hillendale. 2006, Lou Walker Center, current member of this awesome facility. Others include Lithonia Industrial, I-20 Interchange, the Brightstone Senior Community, and most importantly, the creation of the City of Stonecrest in 2017. Surely the best is yet to come. I am in support of Blue Ridge Atlantic Development in the creation of workforce housing to continue with the economic development that is so vital for our families and our communities. With sincere thanks and best regards, Maxine Williams. And those are the only 2 that I've received.
Okay.
And I'm happy to address the questions from the first comment, if you all would like. So to the point.
It was that time.
Okay, so to the point of questions about amenities, et cetera, this project will include a very large upscale community building that will have a fitness center fully equipped, business center fully equipped, free Wi-Fi. There'll be a community room for residents to rent out to host events, parties, et cetera. There'll be on-site laundry that'll be complete with a waiting room, amongst other things. There's also going to be a pool with an outdoor grilling area, a dog park, and some general kind of green space associated with the property, with an on-site trash compactor that will obviously allow residents convenient access to handling of that. So to those questions, hopefully those address any of those concerns associated with it.
Okay. Question for you, sir. I don't know if this comes from Ms. Battle or from you yourself. Are you using any housing authority?
We are not. Well, the housing authority will be issuing the bonds for the project. So there'll be tax exempt bonds associated with this particular project from a financing standpoint. And I think you all went through a similar project handful, maybe at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, with Brightstone.
Exactly. So the housing authority will be issuing the bonds for that.
So you're using Stonecrest Housing Authority?
That's correct. Yes.
Very good.
We have actually already been induced due to COVID. Obviously, we've had a very lengthy process of things, but we presented to the Stonecrest Housing Authority in November, I believe, and we received our inducement resolution. So we're locked into the Stonecrest.
That is correct. That's correct. Thank you, Christopher.
Point of order. Mr. City Attorney, should we close public hearing before we enter into this dialogue with the applicants?
Yeah, we certainly could, but it's not inappropriate to allow questions to be answered by the applicant. But traditionally what we see is public makes their comments, close public hearing, then another round by mayor and council and the applicant.
Right, that way everybody gets equal time Okay.
We were in discussion with regards to those were questions that I was taking, so it was not inappropriate for me to ask him what we were doing. But I'll yield to Attorney Denmark. So we were on his time with regards to the Madam Clerk. Am I correct in saying the 10 minutes that he was having?
Yes.
Okay, then perhaps that should have been my question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not a worry. Not a worry. All right. So we're still in that segment. But also Councilman George Turner, she didn't, the clerk didn't have any, unless she corrects me, she didn't have any those comments that were opposed. So I don't think I encroached on any feet there, if I may.
Mayor, the applicant has 3 minutes and 30 seconds left if he wants to say anything else.
Okay.
If you want any other questions.
I am going to give a response to the mixed use component. I know that there's certainly a lot of push for mixed use projects, and we have to take into consideration a number of things. When we compare sites, to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. The particular site within Chamblee has different characteristics in terms of its location in comparison to this particular site, which is kind of facing the interstate. We don't have a lot of, there's no real commercial usage around this area. We already have a plethora of medical office space. There are challenges, as we know, in the current economy with regard to retail type uses. And on top of that, trying to finance a mixed use project with financeable bonds for affordable housing is a nightmare that I don't know that Chris and the Housing Authority are prepared to address. And so we believe that this particular site does not lend itself to a mixed use type environment. I think that there are other opportunities in the area to the extent that there's any type of commercial retail usage, but this area simply has not built out in that fashion. It is very much a medical office space kind of environment. And we believe that trying to kind of force a retail component onto this building would simply set it up for failure. Thank you.
So I guess we can't speak or say anything, Mayor, until we come out of this?
Yes, sir. You can speak now.
Okay. Christopher, this is Rob Turner. We talked on several occasions. My question and concern is simply this. We're not sacrificing quality because we're not a mixed use. Because she's just saying that the environment does not support it. That's not a reason or an excuse to sacrifice quality for the product that you're bringing over in our area, is it?
Absolutely not. No, I can tell you without a doubt, the product that we're building is very expensive and frankly costs just as much as a luxury Class A apartment costs to build. The way that the bonds are financed, et cetera, we have a number of rules that we have to comply with in terms of the type of materials that we use. To your point as well, we are a long-term owner operator. Everything that we build and we hold for the next 15 to 30 years. So you better believe that we're going to want to be in something that is sustainable, of quality product that we're going to want to stand behind and have our name on the entire time. So to your point, absolutely.
And so understanding then, so you don't want to make, you want to change it to an MR2, am I correct?
That's right.
And let me hear your reasoning for it, because I want the council to hear your reasoning for it. I know I heard something from Chris, but I want to hear you tell us your reasoning for it.
Yeah, the reason that was, we worked with the city staff in order to figure out which path forward we needed to go. And based on the density needs that we had, this was the recommendation made to us by city staff. And, we went down a number of weeks trying to figure that out. And once we got that nailed down, that has dictated our path forward in terms of MR1 to MR2.
And you feel that that will be better for the area that you're building that in? Making
Yes.
it MR2?
We do.
Their 10 minutes is up.
All right. Okay, then Madam Clerk answered this before, but I'll say it for clarity. Are there any, Madam Clerk, with regards to opposed to the for the facility?
No, I did not receive any via email prior to the meeting.
All right. Having said that, I'm going to take a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
All right, properly moved, and I'll second. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
5.
Aye.
Yeah. Aye. All right. Public hearing is now closed. We're back on council.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Going back to the requirements for MR1 versus MR2. And MR1, you can only build up to 12 units. And in MR2, you can build up to 24. Although I understand this is a 21 unit development per acre. And to put 21 units per acre, and you only have 5 acres, but yet you intend to put a pool there, a dog park, fitness center, and all of that on just 5 acres. And let me understand something else from Mr. Wheeler, perhaps. The height for an MR1, is that limited to only 2 stories? And I realize MR2 goes to, allows up to 3 stories at least.
No, the maximum is 3 stories for MR1 and MR2.
MR2 max is 3 stories, and MR1
yes,
is max is
at 3.
MR1 go max 3?
Yes, sir. The only difference between MR1 and MR2 is the density requirements.
Okay. And with the density requirement, is there a requirement for parking?
For parking, again, it goes by how many units that you're doing. That's off the top of my, hold on one second. I mean, I can look it up, but again, that goes by the type of use, not by density.
Okay. I noticed here that they have less than 2 per unit for all of the parks, something like 1.5. Is that correct?
Let me see.
It should be on the map. I don't have
It's approximately, I think, 1.55 is what it would calculate out to.
Okay, so 1.5 per unit. And I know the part of
yeah. So the minimum space they have to provide is 1.5 for every dwelling unit. So they're actually meeting that now. They're meeting the minimum requirement for approval.
Okay. Then state the square footage proposed for this living space.
The square footages for the units. So 1 bedroom unit would be approximately, let's see here. 1 bedroom unit's going to be approximately 850 square feet. A 2 bedroom will be approximately 1,050, and a 3 bedroom would be approximately 1,250 square feet.
The approximate, are they written so it is more solid than just an approximate?
Yeah, well, I say approximate 851. I'd round it to 850, 1,050, and then 1,251.
Okay. And you gave a definition of affordable housing. You mind repeating that?
Yeah, so we call workforce housing. It's defined as safe, decent housing for those individuals and families who are gainfully employed and make up to approximately $60,000. That's obviously dependent upon the city, the county, et cetera. But that's what we classify as workforce housing, kind of, I guess, within our firm. And then obviously laid out the salary levels for the different individuals that would fit within that class of housing.
Okay. And I will cut back to Chris Wheeler. When it comes to the city having reasonable workforce housing or affordable housing. We just approved a large development on Chuck Road there at Latonia Industrial Boulevard. And if you look at what's on Hillendale area and what's on Covington Highway, is there an assessment as to our workforce housing or affordable housing inventory for this city? Do we need additional workforce housing?
Well, we don't have workforce housing anywhere in the city. This would be the first area for workforce housing. As far as affordable housing, besides the two that you mentioned, other than that, I'm not aware of affordable housing initiatives besides what's come before you. According to our comp plan, again, it cites that affordable housing is needed for the city, as currently the majority of our residents are cost burdened when it comes to affording housing at this point in time. It's well deep in our comp plan. I can't give you the percentage, but again, if the comp plan, and I would assume so, if they're making a point that affordable housing is something needed for the city, I would believe would be the best bet of the city council to promote affordable housing, because affordable housing in general is just needed everywhere, because there's many people who can't afford their current housing. At some point in time, they're a paycheck away before losing their home. And that's just general information that you can look up anywhere. Affordable housing is just an issue everywhere, out in San Francisco, out in New York, even here in Atlanta. Again, just to give you some general information, the ARC and in Atlanta did a whole series on affordable housing in the city of Atlanta and the metro area, and how that, assuming that we compared to other cities in the United States, that we are affordable, but we still have our own affordable housing issues that has not been addressed. Again, that goes into homelessness that we may be experiencing in the city, along with other municipalities that experience the same thing. To quote unquote, if you ask some planners, you can't have enough affordable housing for some people. You have to make sure that you have enough available housing for all incomes to fit your community. So, but again, I'm sorry, that might have been a long answer to your question. Is, do I have a number for affordable housing? No, I do not. Besides what's been presented to you so far.
I actually, if I may, I do have somewhat of a data-driven, not necessarily a figure, but when we're looking into these projects, one of the things we do is we pull a very detailed, in-depth market study of the micro area, the larger surrounding area, to assess what we're going to build. One of the things that we first looked at, to be honest with you, was senior housing in the area. We quickly migrated away from that because the numbers are telling us that senior housing is pretty overbuilt right now in that particular area. What the numbers also told us was that this type of product is of enormous need and enormous demand. And part of the market study, they also have to look into what projects are coming down the pike for the next 24 to 36 months. And so the projects that you were just speaking to, they were all incorporated into the market study. And the demand analysis is actually based on 24 months down the road, because that's when we're actually going to be filling the units, not right now. So we're actually just as concerned, I promise, if not more concerned from a demand standpoint down the road, because at the end of the day, you know, if the project doesn't fill up, we're the ones stuck writing the check, paying for debt service and filling the project up and maintaining the operating gaps. And so that's one of the very first, very critical pieces of data that we look to.
Yeah, well, that's not my biggest concern. And when it comes to senior housing, I beg to differ. We have people on a waiting list for senior housing, and you're building next to a senior housing development that's already past capacity. And if you look at what's happening in that whole area, there has been office development directly across the street from where you're developing. So I think that, well, just my personal opinion, that there will be a need for additional office development as well. So to say that that's not the area for it. I'm not the professional in it. I just look at what's going on in that area, and it appears to me that the office complex there's full as well. So there's an opportunity to develop that property as office use, in my opinion. So I wouldn't write it off. So I am concerned that we overdevelop, and I'm closing. I'm concerned that we overdevelop our single, our workforce housing to the point that we have more than our share.
Well, one of the things that I think needs to be pointed out, first and foremost, a lot of employers, we don't know what is going to happen after this virus now that people have adjusted to working from home. And so there is some real concern that we are going to have a shift in how much office space is actually needed, as a number of businesses have realized that after investing in being able to work from home, that they would prefer to have some of their employees work from home and save on some of their operating costs. So we don't know what that shift in the market, number one, is going to look like. I'm not saying that medical offices will be able to function from their homes, but some of the other spaces that fill out and how much room they need may in fact shift. That's number one. But number two, don't forget that while you may look at the apartments along Hillendale as being, quote, affordable in a sense, these are all market rate. The mass majority of those units along Hillendale are market rate apartments that are simply so old that their market rate has become in some ways affordable. What we have found in some other areas, for example, if you look at what is happening around the Kensington MARTA station, you will see that when new development comes in and it starts to push up the quality, that many of the apartment complexes that are market rate apartments that have lower rents, when they start to make improvements, their pricing goes up. And so because they are not limited to being a workforce or affordable housing product. So what is somewhat hoped is that the quality of the product that is being brought in by Chris and some, and even the senior housing will push up quality for the surrounding communities, which is why we believe at least one of the adjacent property owners, they get a little nervous because they see a quality product. Why would a resident pay the same price for their unit in an older complex with fewer amenities when they could come over into Chris's project and have a better quality unit and a better quality of life? So the hope is that this will put pressure on those market rate projects to do better, to improve, and presumably their rents will begin to exceed what these affordable units are. And that will allow for those affordable units to become even that much more important.
And we all need a crystal ball.
All right, well, let me use my.
I just have one question. Mayor, I have one question.
Wait a minute. You know what, Councilwoman? I apologize. You go, then I'll go.
Okay, I just have one question. Chris, after our conversation today, Chris with the company, I take notes, and I thought you said that there were only going to be 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, but I hear you give the square footage on the 3 bedroom. Did I hear that in error?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I apologize if you did. We're very heavily concentrating the 1s and 2s. So we'll have 41s, 62s, and only 23 bedroom units. Again, all of this unit mix has been created in coordination with the city staff, layered with the market study as well. So we have to be careful to the point of overbuilding here and there to also adjust unit mixes accordingly. But nonetheless, 100 of the 120 units are 1 and 2 bedroom units, so the vast majority.
Okay, and then those other amenities that you talked about having for the residents, those fees are going to be passed on to the residents, or are those included in their?
All included. There's nothing additional. They pay rent, and then that's merely it. All of the fitness center, business center, pool, dog park, et cetera, is all, you know, value add, I guess, for the residents. There's no charges to use any of those things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to give my 3 cents. But I got a question for Christopher from the development. And you may not know this right off the bat, particularly since it's, once you finish, it'll be a couple of years out. You already know the rental price points, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms?
We do, yes. We've actually set them at today's rent. That's where the project's being underwritten. That's where the project would be financed. And that is where the rents would actually be coming in line. Part of the reason for that, sometimes you try to project out rents 2 years down the road. A bit uncertain in terms of economic times right now. So we intend to leave things where they are in terms of underwriting on the project.
Okay. Would I be encroaching if I ask you to share that?
Sure. No, absolutely.
All right.
So a 1 bedroom, we are at $770.
Okay.
A 2 bedroom, we're at $910. And a 3 bedroom, we're at $1,030.
Okay, council, if you all don't mind, what he just quoted to you. First of all, let me back up a second. Christopher and I don't know each other from Adam House yet. Just met him at the last year at the housing authority piece of it, you know, from that end of it. So that you all know, I own, full disclosure, I own 5 units within a half a mile of where he's talking about in his development. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought somebody was asking me something. Okay. I'm telling you from an ownership standpoint, he is spot on. A commercial development in that small space would not work. The opportunity that they're putting together with regards to this development, that adds great value to that area because of the size of the lot. And I've passed by myself and just taking a casual look. The number one thing that folks argue with us about constantly every day is some little strip shopping center, some little thing that they stick on a corner. This is right in line over there with Brightstone, right in line over there where the hospital is. Everything he's told you with regards to, and I didn't say a word until he finished his statement, is spot on with regards to what people are looking for, needing, and what helps in that area. That's just my 2 cents. And if I had the money and if I had the land, that's exactly what I would be doing with it. I would not put a commercial piece on that little space over there. Just wouldn't do it. It matches our character area. It matches our future plans with regards to that particular living comprehensive plan. Again, just my 2 cents. Mr. Turner, as we always do, I pass it to the person that's in the that's leading in the territory.
Well, Mr. Mayor, you know, I've talked to Christopher a while back, and I've been listening to my council members, several of them at least, and their concerns. So my suggestion is this, because this is a very important move. I don't want to be premature in any kind of way with it or whatever. I make a motion that we defer this to the next meeting. So there'll be some questions, other questions that might be answered, or other concerns that they might have. They might have some more issues that they might need to talk with Chris about or whatever. So my suggestion is that we defer it to the next meeting.
I'll take your motion. All right, I took that as a motion. Chair takes it as a motion and properly second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll make a decision next meeting. All in favor, say aye. Well, I'm sorry, what am I doing? District 1.
On the motion to defer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say nay.
District 2.
Aye.
3.
Aye.
4.
Aye.
5.
Aye.
Mayor, nay. Approves. The next meeting.
Question. What questions are you wanting to ask so I could prepare, and then the applicant can prepare to answer those at the next council meeting, so the applicant wouldn't have to be deferred again.
Okay, we'll talk about it offline. I'll get that information to you.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, I can give you one now, for sure. Well, let me give you two. One's a little simpler than the other one, but I can't remember if maybe it was Christopher that made a distinction, or maybe it was you, Chris. I don't know. You got the same name. Made a distinction between Stonecrest having needing more affordable housing, but we don't have any workforce housing. So I'm curious to know, what is the exact kind of unique identifier that will qualify someone to go into an affordable housing unit, but not necessarily a workforce housing unit? You made a clear distinction there that we don't have this and we need more of that, but they sound very similar and who can qualify to be where. So I would just assume that if we had affordable housing, then workforce housing is kind of close to being apples and apples. So if you could give us some of that. But the more important question I had was, Christopher, you mentioned that you had a density requirement, that your company, your development has a density requirement. And I guess you're talking about where your bottom line rubber meets the road in that sense. So if you're not talking about your bottom line, please do say so. But I'm curious, I think the project itself is a good idea, and believe it or not, and don't fall out your seat, I do agree with the mayor that maybe this is the best. Yeah, I'm sure. I do agree that maybe this is not a good place for a commercial area. However, I have some serious concerns about what you said about your density requirement. I have a concern that we're putting 24 units on an acre in a 5-acre project, and I'm sorry, 21. I apologize. On 5 acres with some of those other amenities that you mentioned. I feel like that's a lot. So when you mentioned your density requirement, to me that ran to my mind as bottom line. So I don't want you to think that I disagree that that there's a density concern. I most certainly feel like maybe somebody else can talk through why that is such an important, that number is so important to your requirement versus what the MR1 already offers you.
Sure, yeah, it's driven by, when you say bottom line, it's not from a profit perspective. It's simply a feasibility of the project. You have costs that you incur with construction, land, financing costs, et cetera. And you have to be able to achieve enough units to spread those fixed costs out to make the project feasible. Has nothing to do with our bottom line per se. It is simply a functionality of where is the project feasible given land costs, construction costs, and everything else associated with it in order to maintain this workforce housing project. Sure, I could increase rents up to $3,000 a month and build it at 12 units per acre. But in order to do this type of project, you simply need some additional density given where those fixed costs are with the project. I would also add that from a density perspective, that I guess a lot of cities even in the Atlanta metro are far exceeding the density associated with this project. So while yes, it from MR1 to MR2, it does seem as though it's quite a jump in terms of density relative to, I guess, land planning that is occurring. I would call it more of a moderate density project from that perspective. 120 units on 5.63 acres in 5 different buildings that are 3 stories. There is more than ample room in order to incorporate enough room for this type of project, especially I think with the left turn lane, the decel lane to mitigate traffic as well, those 2 things, et cetera, associated with it. So hopefully I've assisted in addressing some questions.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds like if you can't build at least 21 units, that you can't make it affordable. which I hear you loud and clear.
Chris Wheeler,
I'll leave it there.
what's that comparison to Brightstone?
What do you mean comparison, sir?
Size-wise, room-wise?
Size-wise, probably say Brightstone is gonna be a little bit bigger, because Brightstone is not, doesn't have multiple buildings. They're just a big housing development, big, I could say. In my analysis, I didn't do the concise comparison. It was more of just a density comparison. And that's probably the most comparable thing I could do, because again, they're all multiple family type of housing, but the density is about the closest thing you can get to when they're all on different parcels, different makeup and different built outs and so forth. I would say Brightstone is bigger.
And they're 21 or 22 per acre of Brightstone?
No, Brightstone is 25 units per acre.
And Christopher is 23.
21.
Well, I guess it would be 21.3 in order to get to the.
So he's less density than they are.
Yes, because
Are we talking about the senior living facility compared to the workforce housing with the 1.5 parking spaces and the 800 square foot 1-bedroom apartment?
Yeah, I mean, those numbers work out. Where Brightstone is, they have more, unless Christopher, you tell me different. That's why I asked the question. They have more units per acre than what Christopher is trying to do. Am I right or wrong about that?
No, sir, you're correct.
And anyone that's living in that project as a senior could also live in this other project. There's nothing.
So the
other community
is that he's not out of bounds on what he's asking.
So from a staff standpoint,
I think we're talking about two different types of living, two different types of lifestyle.
This is Mike Riley. I'm the architect for the project.
Oh, hey, Mike Riley.
Hello. Just wanted to say that this is what our firm does. We do multifamily housing. We're based in Decatur, Georgia, and 21 units to the acre. 10 years ago, that was dense. But the reality with what's going on today and how we're building our projects, this is not a particularly dense project. And we build throughout DeKalb County at a higher density, whether it's senior or family. And quite often, you look around, see what you're seeing in other areas. You're seeing buildings on podiums. Those are 40, 50 units an acre. This is a reasonable current density for workforce housing. That's when I say we specialize in housing, we specialize in workforce housing, actually, and affordable housing. To define that affordable, and Christopher may define it a little differently, or maybe 10. Affordable housing covers the spectrum from Section 8 to workforce housing to senior housing. And all of those are considered affordable, but the market is extremely different for a Section 8 house than it is for workforce housing, where, as Chris mentioned, you have to have an income and a decent income. You can't make too much, but you also can't make too little. This type of housing is meant to serve those people he was talking about that are price burdened because they're making decent money, but not enough money to save up, let's say, for their own home. So the object for workforce housing is to allow them to pay a reasonable amount of rent for a period of time, and then they can move on and do something else.
Excellent. Attorney Battle. And
I just wanted to make sure that we understood. We are deferred to the last meeting in this month.
Yes.
That's correct. So
right.
Give counsel.
Mayor, may I ask Mr. Mike Riley one question?
Sure,
could you point me in the direction of, since you do the architecture, could you point me in the direction of an existing building that would be, or an existing project that would be comparable to what Christopher is trying to do in terms of the density and the density and the number of units?
Sure. I mean, what I would do is like to send that to Christopher and he can pass it on to you. I'll send you several examples in the metro area.
Don't make me drive too far. Thank you.
And to that point, I actually have a project we can share with you. We're doing one in Clarkston right now that's 188 units, and we're building it on 6.89 acres. So the density of that is approximately 27 units per acre.
But it's not ready yet, though, right?
It is breaking ground in 30 days. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to put my eyes on something before the next council meeting.
I will get built out. I'll arrange to get that to Christopher.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Attorney Battle, we appreciate you. Christopher,
All right.
Maguire, thank you very much. We'll reconvene in 2 weeks.
All right. Thank
you. Good night.
Certainly get back to council. Please feel free to contact these gentlemen and
I will, absolutely.
Get your questions from there.
I will. I'll be talking to Christopher. I'll be talking to him.
Good deal.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. So appears as though that the hour is late. I certainly went over my 3 hours. There's been a couple of proposals texted to me on the table, and based on what we were proposing to cover compared to what we did cover, probably got about halfway through, I guess. So I'm going to suggest we have a special call meeting for Monday. We can't do it this week. It's off the chart for us here staff-wise, trying to get other stuff done now. I got this thing with us with Sam's Club and everything else. So how is a special call work session meeting for Monday for council?
I know that there's schools, some schools are graduating on Monday or having a graduation ceremony, I'm sorry. So I don't know if that's a good day or not. Tammy, aren't some schools having graduations?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the week. That's the 15th, and they're starting to do the things that they can do in terms of the graduation. So that next week is really going to be pushing it.
I can't meet Monday because of my grandson graduating that day. So
yeah.
Okay. Council staff, y'all call it.
Can we do it earlier on Wednesday? Instead of having to wait until the evening?
We don't have time to get stuff together that you all want to talk about by Wednesday. It's too soon. That's why I sent.
All we're doing is just transferring, though, right?
No.
Are we just transferring the stuff that we didn't get to?
No, ma'am, because you got a book here that y'all submitted, and even when you submitted, I told you I sent a note back saying we're not going to be able to get to all this. We'll give best efforts.
So now that we've covered everything else, though, we only have those things that were submitted, right?
15 more items.
Well, can we start to make a stab at it then on Wednesday?
We can't make it this early. We can't make it that early Wednesday. You'll be calling 2 if you try to do that.
I'm sorry, I missed that part, Mayor. We'll be calling what?
You'll be calling 2 if you try to make it this Wednesday. It's Tuesday now.
Right. I mean, theoretically, we were prepared to talk about it today, so it wouldn't change your preparation for Wednesday.
No, that's not the case, because I sent a note saying that we couldn't get to all of this. I made that very clear. So we were not prepared to talk about it all this way, especially the details that you all put in here.
Right. I mean, you don't have to be prepared to talk about them all. Like you said, you can carry that same sentiment to Wednesday. We're not going to get to them all, but we can go for Wednesday and get to what we can. The same exact practice you were going to use today. We just pick that up and move it to Wednesday.
Well, you know what? As I don't want anybody to speak for my time, I'll let staff weigh in. Then that's Megan and Ples, and the most of the burden is on them.
Wednesday, I'm going to be meeting with the auditors to finish up the audit. And you have listed for me to have 5 items prepared for you. So
they weren't prepared today?
No, they were not.
I said they wouldn't be.
You also added things to the agenda that made it so that you couldn't get to it, which is
what do you mean?
interesting in itself.
But no, what was interesting about it? I'm sorry, I'm missing something. What did I add that we couldn't get to this other stuff? You sent it on.
Well, I understand that, but we didn't have public works, we didn't have master plan, transportation master plan, we didn't have parks and recs, but you've added things to the front and the back of it, which made it so that we spent the entire time talking about the items you added and no time talking about the items that we requested. So now you're asking us to push it back a week because coincidentally staff is not prepared, but even Ples mentioned that he was up to the burning the midnight oil, getting the things you've added to the agenda. So at some point it just becomes to be blatantly obvious that
don't make it personal. It's not about what
I'm not making it personal. I'm sharing my opinion, which I'm an adult and I can do that. I don't, there's only a handful of people that I actually have to respond to that for, and I can say how I feel. And that's my opinion about it. We spent the entire council meeting and work session talking about the things that were added to the agenda. And we didn't spend any time on the things that we asked and submitted and with 4 council members replying saying, yes, that's what we wanted. So all I'm saying is you can do us a solid since relationships matter and pretend like you really want to get to the items that we would like to discuss without pushing us back yet another week to even begin to address some of these concerns.
Okay, can I speak now? You all cannot wait till Thursday and send 15 items when we get out on Friday to try to get something done for Monday. That's what you all did. And then it's not one concurrence, it's all 3 or 4 concurrence. So if we're talking about doing each other a solid, don't wait until Friday to send a book for us to be prepared on by Monday. That's what happened on this instance also, because we were already working on everything that we had to do on this end of it, other than the Newburgh piece. So always seems to be the case.
There's always seems to be all this going on without us.
We can't make it by Wednesday. Pick another day. That's all.
Thursday.
Staff, I'll take input from you guys.
Let's go ahead and let's just forge ahead and let's see what we can get done on Thursday.
Okay. 6 o'clock.
Let's make it earlier. Thursday is the only day of the week that I cannot, but I will put aside some time. Wednesday is the best day for me. That's just my personal, but I know this is not personal. But can we make it earlier than 6?
Well, I thought that we would be encroaching on your school time if we did that.
Mayor Larry.
Yes, ma'am.
School officially ended on May 22nd. But I continue to work. But I have to put Stonecrest first at some point. So right now, Stonecrest is first. So if we can do early, if everybody can agree to do early, I don't know, Jazz, I know you're still working, and the other folks, Attorney Denmark, you might be working from home as well.
I can do early. I can accommodate you if you want to do it early.
Well, thank you.
Fine.
Okay, so what time would be good, guys?
Oh, you set the time then, and I'll have to adjust.
Yeah, what time?
Can we start at 3? Is that too early?
That's too early.
That's too early? Okay. Can we do 4? If I can be gone by 6, I'm good.
Megan?
Four is fun. I'll get what I can on Thursday because I'll be doing everything for the audit the next 2 days. So.
Okay. Les?
Yeah, 4 o'clock. Yeah, that'll be good.
Okay. Rob?
Sorry, Denmark, is that too early for you? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, who are you asking?
I'm at your place.
I was asking Attorney Denmark. I didn't hear him.
I'm at my office right now. I don't ever go nowhere. I'm good.
Rob Turner?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, 4 o'clock is good for me.
Jimmy Glenn?
It's a struggle, but I'll make it. I'll make it. Yeah.
Thank you. I feel badly.
I may be late, but I'll try to get there at 4. So it's Thursday, 4.
So, Mayor, is your motion to call to end this meeting and call the meeting?
So what we'll do is, we'll have before we end this meeting, procedurally, I think we have to go ahead and agree upon Thursday at 4 p.m. for a special call meeting. And then two things would have to happen. One, I'll need a motion to add to the agenda to have a set of time for a special call meeting. And then we set the special call meeting. So I'll take that motion.
I move that we add the special call meeting to the council meeting agenda.
Properly moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Properly moved, then second. District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
Mayor? Aye. All right. Now that we have the item added to the agenda, I'll take a motion to have a special call meeting for work session Thursday at 4 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we have a special call meeting for Thursday at 4 p.m.
Properly moved.
Second.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Any further discussion? All right. District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
Mayor? Nay. Passes. Thursday at 4 o'clock it is. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Right.
Second.
District 1?
Aye.
2?
Aye.
3?
Aye.
4?
Aye.
5?
Aye.
Mayor? Aye. Have a good evening, folks.
Good night, everybody.